Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Nicholas Lamar Soutter. Thank you for joining us on In Time for our coverage of the 2020 Democratic primaries. Some states are already reporting, and there are some wins coming in. Bernie and Sanders have already notched a couple of wins. We're going to be discussing that. We're going to be also discussing the process. We've got Landon Noll on with us to discuss what our expectations are for the evening and how the delegate assignments are made. He's got a good deal of experience with this. We're going to talk about the primary process and what we're going to be looking for. What is going to be considered a win for what candidates? Are there going to be any candidates that we think are going to be knocked out by this? And how do the recent candidates who have thrown their support to Biden, what is it? We had this discussion. We'll cover that. We'll cover that when we bring him out. Courtney is unable to make it at the present moment. We're expecting her presently, and we will also be joined by Mikey Famine when he gets available. Mikey Famine is the host of A Stitch in Time, and Courtney is the new host of In Time with me, the new co-host with me. So looking forward to seeing them briefly. We also do have breaking news. It isn't a whole heck of a lot to cover, but the IAEA is now reporting that Iran has enough nuclear material to create a nuclear weapon. This is ostensibly in violation of the deal that we have with them. We've already violated that deal, so there's a lot to unpack. We've covered that before, and I think we're going to end up having to cover that again. They have actually allowed the IAEA inspectors to observe their violations of the deal and to observe them amassing this material. They want the world to know they now have the capacity to do this. This is breaking as of, I think, about 10 minutes ago. What the consequences of this will be, I think, is something we may also touch upon. We're lucky again to have on Landon, because I think he's got some opinions on this. Discuss that also, I think, throughout the night, but that's probably going to require its own special coverage. Ostensibly, they are trying to get the U.S.'s attention by showing what they can do in violation of that deal, and perhaps trying to bring the U.S. to the table, or perhaps they're trying to send a message to Israel. At any rate, we will keep an eye on that and be updating that throughout the evening, as well as poll closures and the exit poll data. So usually when we say who won a county or district, we do that actually usually by exit polls. The data isn't always in, so it's predictions, and we'll see what happens. So we also have coming up next week, we've got tomorrow we're going to have Landon Noll back on to discuss the consequences of the impeachment and the failure to get a guilty verdict against Donald Trump in his impeachment a couple of weeks ago. And the week after, we are going to have on Godless Mom to discuss prison reform. We also have a Anglican minister is going to be coming on, Joss Martin, who those of you who are big on Twitter know who he is. He's going to be on to discuss the no true Scotsman fallacy and how it applies both within Christendom. What constitutes a Christian? So it's the no true Christian Scotsman. What constitutes Christianity? If you're a Catholic, is it really are they the only Christians, or is Protestants? We're going to get into that. We're also going to get into how that is used by anti-theists to say, well, okay, there's no such thing as a Christian in religion, and we're going to get into all that. I'm looking forward to it. But for now, let us begin, please, our 2020 coverage. We're going to bring out Landon Noll, and hopefully soon both Mikey and Kristen. Landon, let's bring him out here. And Landon, how are you?
Oh, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude, from your friendly secular astronomer and former polling expert on the Electoral College. It's good to be here. It's good to see the process unfold. I had the pleasure of casting my votes on Monday, and I always feel good in casting my ballot. Spent time studying and made decisions, and the ballot is in the central counting room of the county that I vote in, and we'll see what happens. But tonight, of course, we have the big thing is the big news is focusing around the Democratic Party's primaries in the so-called Super Tuesday, a collection of states that are that include, if I recall correctly, California, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Colorado, Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Utah, Maine, Vermont, and also American Samoa. In the state, the Democratic Party lets them assign delegates. So we have a number of delegates that are being selected in this time, and that's going to be very key for the process involving the Democratic convention and the Democratic nomination of a candidate for president and vice president of the United States.
All right, so what we have now is, as of this moment, so Bernie Sanders has been ahead. Biden has won one of the states before Super Tuesday. Bernie Sanders has won several of them. A number of candidates have dropped and have endorsed Biden, and there's a question as to how many of what kind of impact that's going to have. As of this moment, it looks like Biden has won Virginia and Sanders has won his home state of Vermont. So we're going to start to keep a running total of where the delegates are. Now, a delegate has to get...
Neither of those, by the way, are unexpected, but I think we should talk about what does it mean to win a state and what actually counts.
Yes.
And the media is sometimes conflicted on what that actually means.
That's a very good point. So I'm going to get a running total on the. So in order to win the nomination, a candidate is going to have to get 50.1% of the vote, or 50 plus 1, 50% plus 1 of the total of delegates. If that hasn't happened by the time the Democratic convention comes up, it is going to be what is called a brokered convention, and they will have to find a way to horse trade and get. Somebody is going to have to try to find a way to get those extra delegates. So yes.
Actually, to be precise, what has to happen is that someone needs to receive a majority, 50% plus 1 of the credential delegates voting. So if all at the actual national convention, so if all of the delegates are credentialed and all of them are voting, you'll need, I believe it's 1,991, if I recall correctly, votes to nominate you for the office of president. And if on the first ballot the no one achieves that number, then there'll be subsequent ballots. Now, one thing that happens this year that's different is the so-called superdelegates are not allowed to vote on the first ballot. So, as I understand, only the delegates.
What are superdelegates? Just so everybody knows.
Well, superdelegates are delegates assigned to basically office holders at the national convention. So, and it also depends upon the number of delegates assigned depends on, for example, whether your state voted for the Democratic candidate in last year's elections, things like that. The majority did. So these are delegates assigned to, for example, in the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom has superdelegates. The 2 senators from California have superdelegates. And traditionally, what the elect office holder does is nominate somebody else in their place. So you let someone else be your delegate proxy. So what this delegate process is essentially the elected officials, the party machines and so forth, who have delegates assigned to them as well. And this came about because of the McGovern 72 issue, which was response to the calamity of 1968 Democratic Convention. We can talk about that. We'll have time to talk about that. But yep. The big thing is that a candidate has to get a majority of the credentialed delegates at a convention not voting for them to become the party nominee. On the first ballot, what's supposed to happen is that delegates are pledged to a candidate, and so they're supposed to vote with that candidate. Certain candidates can release their delegates and say, "Please, I'm not running, so please cast your vote for blah blah blah," or not at all, right? But they'll have a vote. And if a candidate gets, and so prior to that, there'll be people nominating and speeches and all that sort of thing, but they'll have a vote, and the states plus the District of Columbia plus various territories like American Samoa have delegates to the convention. They will vote. If someone gets the majority, 50% plus one, and I think it's either 1,990 or 1,991. I think it's 1,990. If you get at least that many votes, then you're the nominee. If it doesn't happen on the first ballot, then the superdelegates get the vote, and also delegates are no longer released from their pledge.
All right. So now, when a candidate drops out, like Klobuchar or Buttigieg, who have both now dropped out, now they have said that they are endorsing Joe Biden. Their delegates, they've already won. I don't think Klobuchar has won any, but I think, Buttigieg definitely has. Now, his delegates are not actually bound to vote as he requests. Is that correct? They're basically now free. They can act like super delegates. They can vote for whoever they want to.
I mean, usually what and in order to officially remove it, and you got to be careful about the language you use. But someone such as, let's say, Klobuchar can say, "I'm no longer a candidate." However, they are very likely on the ballots for states. For example, the state of California, Andrew Yang is listed on the ballot, right? And the reason why is that typically the candidates register in the state to run on behalf of the party, and the ballots are printed ahead of time. And even if you pull at the last minute, you're not removed from the set. So if someone votes for Buttigieg or another of the other candidates that has withdrawn, and that person gets enough votes, they'll actually get delegates, right? So it's still possible for them to gain some delegates. The assumption is that they're telling voters, "Please don't vote for me, vote for someone else." But the candidate has to then do a formal process, which is to decline the nomination and then issue a formal release of their delegates pledge. And usually what they do is the following. They will say, "I decline a nomination," but they might say, "Hey, let me officially decline a nomination at the convention." Why? Because I want to show up at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time on prime time and have people say good things about me, and then I get up and say, "Thank you very much, but I decline a nomination instead. Please vote for so and so." Right? They want the spotlight because there are people who are actually running for the nomination, not expecting to get it, but they'll take it if they get it, and they'd rather make a mark for themselves. Remember, Barack Obama made a very significant splash in the 2000, was it 2005,
I think,
4. Let's see. Let me think about it. Yeah, it would have been because he won in 2008. So the 2004 convention, he spoke at the convention. He was given a primetime spot. Yeah. He was seen as a rising star. He was not on the ballot, but his energizing the convention and the publicity helped propel him to become the party's nominee in 2008. So someone such as Klobuchar might be saying to the party, "Yes, I'll officially ask people not to vote for me, but for the delegates I have and the delegates I might pick up, because they can't remove me from the ballot once it's printed, I will in turn come to the convention, give me a primetime spot and let me decline, and then I will release my delegates and say to the delegates," and they can do it two ways. They can say, "Release the delegates, period," or they can say, "Release the delegates, and delegates, please vote for so-and-so." but they're
Mhm.
they're technically not bound, but the rules kind of are somewhat vague in how that happens. Remember, we're talking about credential delegates. So one thing that happens prior to the convention is who is a delegate, who is allowed to be seated. So you might be a delegate to the convention, but then you get sick, and so there's an alternate, or you might appoint someone. There might be something where you can't attend. You might appoint an alternate for that. There's a credentials committee that sits there and says, "Are you a legitimate, a party member in good standing? Did you get
Mhm.
selected by your state's process as a delegate?" And that sort of thing. And what can happen, particularly when matters are close in certain votes, is there can be arguments over who is a delegate. So you might say in some state that let's take an example. You might have things where you have your candidate has 55 delegates to California. The next question becomes, well, who are those 55? And they might decide, hey, I can't go this year, give it to some other person, rising star in the party, to give them a chance to be on the convention floor. And the committee has to accept that nomination. And they might turn around, the other candidates might turn around and say, hey, wait a minute, that person actually is a Republican. They voted Republican, they endorsed a Republican, right? So for example, someone like Bloomberg would have a hard time being a credential delegate at the convention because he has actually endorsed and supported, openly supported, let's say, Republican senators. So a a credential committee might have a fight if Bloomberg became a delegate as to whether or not he's allowed to be set as a delegate. So there's all kinds of fighting that happens. So what might happen if someone like Buttigieg or Klobuchar that's dropped out of the race might say, well, do me a favor, let some of my people be on key committees, such as the Rules Committee, the Credentials Committee, so they can influence how the party is run. They also might want people in the Platform Committee, so the platform that has some I should say, political interestingness, but no one pays attention to. But they might give them committee spots. Why? Because 4 years from now, having key committee members is going to be quite important for them. Remember, one of the things that Sanders was able to do when he lost against Clinton in the 2016 convention process was that Sanders got a number of his people supporters into committees, and one of the things they got to do is to change the rules to say these superdelegates, delegates assigned to political office holders who are Democrats in good standing. He got that rule changed, so the superdelegates aren't going to make a difference on the first ballot, and other things will happen. So Sanders is gaining. He didn't win. He did gain some power within the political party, and that's going to be quite key when you have predicaments quite close as to who's a credential delegate. But the basic thing is, a candidate says they drop out. They ask the voters to not vote for them. But in a case like in California, people have been voting. You're able to vote early, and so there's a number of people, for example, that may have already cast a ballot for somebody who then is dropped out. So it's possible that someone who's dropped out will get delegates. They'll then go to the convention, formally release them or decline the nomination. And they might decline a nomination with a thing, well, give me a 7:30 primetime spot. Well, we can't do that. Well, I'll take 9 o'clock or whatever, whatever the location is. They'll get that spot. They'll get the sign. They'll try to release their delegates, and then there'll be the fights. So you might have a case, for example, in Vermont. I believe in Vermont has, if I recall correctly, there are 17 delegates to the convention by the state of Vermont. Sanders, I believe, has probably picked up 12 of those 17. It's possible. Now, when it comes time for voting, right, the chair will say, I call upon the state of Vermont, and let's say the chair of the Vermont Democrats will stand up and say, Vermont, the great state of, and they'll say, wonderful things about the state, Cass, and they might say, but so and so votes for blah blah blah. But what could happen is they sit there and say Vermont passes. They might pass for typically two reasons. Reason one is let's say that Sanders does have a majority. The party might range things such that the 15 votes that Vermont is able to cast puts Sanders over the top. And so states alphabetical order prior to Vermont might pass, with Vermont is the one that puts them over the top. That's a kind of traditional thing to do. The other process is that the chair comes along and says to the delegates who are sitting there, okay, fill out your ballots. And it looks at it and says, all of a sudden, Sanders only has 10 votes. And says, wait a minute, wait. What happened? Why does Sanders have 10 when they have 12? Well, a couple of things. Two of people could be back in some bar drunk because they're having a good time and they lost back to time. Grab the people, grab the old. Or two of them might have decided they didn't like what Sanders did and become unfaithful. So the party chair.
I'm having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if that's on my end or if that's where that's coming from. The live chat may be able to help us with that.
I'm explaining. Bulls can. So I'm saying. I mean, let's say that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you kind of it sounded like you fell down a well for a second, and then
okay.
Still hear you.
So we're taking a case of you're at the convention. Let's say Vermont's voting. The chair of the Vermont state delegation does a poll, finds that there's not the required number of votes because they're the ones. Let's say they announce it. So they go and they force people to do an open vote, basically do a roll call, and because maybe there's a delegate that's unfaithful. So things like that can happen, but eventually, at some point, they'll work through the states and the territories. And if someone has the 50% plus one, they're nominating. Now there could be fights, right? Because they could say, "Hey, Vermont casts, let's say, for example, 20 votes for Sanders," and let's say the Biden bill comes and say, they object. They say Vermont doesn't have that many votes. And there'll be a fight over who's credentialed and all this sort of thing. So all this stuff can happen, sort of shenanigans can happen along the way. But effectively, when we talk about winning nomination, it's credential delegates that vote faithfully or are allowed to vote are able to cast enough votes for someone to win. Now, on subsequent ballots, other people can be nominated. I mean, it's possible the Democratic Party has no one win a majority, and then someone else says, "Hey, how about me?" Right? And so you could get people who have not run putting their names forward as potential candidates. And if they get enough delegates on subsequent rounds, then they become the nominee.
All right, so let me, I want to cover a couple of things. We now have the third largest delegate count from North Carolina is going to be going to Biden. So it is projected that he is going to win North Carolina. And
the question, of course, is
so let me ask you a question.
Sure.
I think that's 110. Okay. So let me ask you, I have two questions I want to ask. The first is, why do you think that right before Super Tuesday, two of the candidates, Klobuchar and Buttigieg, dropped out, and there is at least one school of thought that says, hey, look, go through Super Tuesday. You still get to be part of that process, and you get to be involved. You may win some states. Buttigieg had a significant lead over a number of the other candidates who are still in, like Warren. Why do you think they dropped out and then endorsed Biden so soon before Super Tuesday?
I mean, one thing is they may have not wanted to spend the campaign funds for a race they didn't think they could win. but instead traded that for positions and influence within the Democratic Party. And particularly, they could say, "Hey, I'll be a good Democrat. I will bow out early in return for stuff." What kind of stuff? Like having my key campaign people be assigned to committees. Maybe not this convention, maybe the next convention. They might, for example, want to have, if the Democrats win the White House, key people be considered for ambassadorships, right? It's favors and influence. They also might say, "I'm going to pull out early, but I want you to give me a speech, maybe even nominating a candidate or endorsing another candidate on prime time, so people can see that person and what they stood for and so forth." So they may be withdrawing early in return for some future influence in the party and exposure in the process.
So let me ask you. Let's assume Sanders gets this. And I want to also have a discussion about Sanders a little bit. So there's a couple of different things I'd like to discuss. Let's assume Sanders wins. Right now, he is projected to. I think there is a 3/5 chance, according to 538. There's a 3/5 chance that. We actually have now Mike Bloomberg wins the American Samoa contest. This would be his first win.
Yeah.
That would be Mike, and it's a caucus. It's not the. We'll discuss that
so,
one in a second. And then, so let's assume that Sanders.
Well, that's interesting because we had projected Mike Bloomberg to get only 20 out of the Americans. Not 20. That we only get 1 out of the. I believe it is 6 delegates to American Samoa, but apparently he picked up some more. Now, obviously, American Samoa probably was not visited by any of the major candidates. They probably had somebody there influenced. But again, that's a pickup for there. And again, one of the key things is not who gets percentages, right? When you see these percentages of a show saying so-and-so percent are going to vote for their, that's not how delegates are won. That's not how parties are won. Even the presidency, when they talk about Trump might get X percent of the votes, that isn't what counts. It's the Electoral College. So when we talk about did Bloomberg wins Eric Samoa, it's how many delegates did he win? That's what counts, not the percentages. Even though the press likes to talk about that.
We also have this. So in Tennessee, the Democrats have won a court case to end voting there. Tennessee was hit by multiple tornadoes. They have, I think, if I recall correctly, 26 dead in Tennessee from tornadoes. And as a result of the damage, the Democratic Party has sued to have the polls remain open longer, and they have won that suit. Will be staying open longer in Tennessee, and we'll bring a bit more on that as we know more. I'd like to know how to stay open.
So it'll be interesting to see what the projected delegate counts are for these folks again, because that's
information I'm trying to get. We could also project that at some point, but we don't have that set up just yet.
Yeah, I have some estimate of what it might be, but again, that's part of the deal. Now you can sometimes infer that with primaries, showing what happens. But there are states, for example, that are open primaries, such as California, allows anyone to say, "I want to vote on the Democratic ballot," even though there might not be a Democrat. So sometimes if you do polling of Democrats, you might have Republicans who sit there and say, "Well, hey, I know that Trump might win the most number of votes for Republicans in California, but let me switch over to the Democrats to vote as a for the Democrats." Strategic. That sort of dealing has happened. So you have to be careful on turning percentages into delegates.
So what we have now is actually, I do have some of those numbers. New Hampshire has 24 pledged delegates. 9 are projected to go to Sanders. 9 to Buttigieg. Actually, we already New Hampshire's actually already done their voting. So
they've already done that.
Yeah. Vermont six out of 16 are locked in for Sanders, who is expected to win with over 54% of the vote. Virginia, he's going to get
We're
19.
expecting
There's
Sanders
100.
to get 12, at least 12 delegates out of the Vermont area. But again, one of the keys is that if you're running, if the candidates are running close to winning a majority, whether it's 12, 13, or 14, can matter a great deal.
So right now, the Democratic pledged delegate count appears to be Biden ahead at 92, Sanders in second with 66, and Buttigieg at third with 26, and Elizabeth Warren at 8. That is where we stand right now.
Bloomberg is that, yeah, it probably will pick up a few, but here's part of the key is let's say what happens to the convention is that there are two significant candidates going into the convention, and let's presume, given what's happening, it's Biden and Sanders. Neither one of them has outright a 1,990 delegates. But what can happen is some people, such as Bloomberg, Warren, and so forth, can say, they can say something like, "Hey, I will decline the nomination. I will release my delegates and ask them to support blah." Right? They could decide on their hand, saying, "No, I'm going to stay in the race and force people to vote and force it to a second round." Wherein the superdelegates, the delegates that are assigned to also elected Democratic Party officials, get the vote, and it becomes a what they call so-called brokered convention. I mean,
all right. I want to. So why do you think that? Why do you think that Buttigieg and Klobuchar, Buttigieg is still third, and in his campaign and supported Biden? What do you think is his thinking there?
I think that he's not going to win the nomination. It will take a lot of effort for him to come into a third or fourth place, and that he can have more influence on the political process by, for example, endorsing another candidate, by having his friends and associates be placed into key positions in the Democratic Party, even if it's after the convention, right? The next cycle, because he may be playing the long game and saying, well, okay, I'm not going to be the nominee for 2020, but maybe 2024 or 2028. And so politicians will play that game for a long time. I mean, Ronald Reagan was sort of the outside candidate, and had people in early, pushing in the Republican Party, ran even against a sitting president and lost on the convention, but gained power such that when it came time for the 2000 election, he had not only a lot of power within the party, but also a lot of support. So people like Buttigieg may be playing the long game and saying, not now, but I can remain in the spotlight. I can gain favors for example, consideration in key positions, in primetime exposure, through that process. Furthermore, it may let's say that a Democrat wins the White House in 2020, but it's not obviously it's not going to be Buttigieg. That person might also consider him for a cabinet position, as an example. So there are reasons why you might want to bow out early to say, "Hey, I'm being a good player. I am supporting the party. I am putting my resources in there." And also, if you have unspent campaign funds, you can turn around and donate those funds or loan those funds to other campaigns. Not even presidential, but you could just maybe state and local races and so forth to assist things in. Because again, in terms of gaining in politics, there are two real key things that you need to have to be a successful politician: who knows you and what they think you'll do. So something like Buttigieg gaining national exposure, even though he's not going to get the nomination, is in his favor. And then what they think he will do later on is important, because let's say the Democrats don't win in 2020. Well, in 2022, it could be possible that Buttigieg will then use the same system to say, hey, how about me again, right? And give me some consideration because I played fair. I pulled out of the race early.
I was a good little Democrat.
Yes.
So
that matters. That matters, right?
I think it absolutely does, which leads to, I think, some resentment about Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders does not play nice in that respect. He has not been, now this time around he's been more, but he has refused to align with a party, and he has used the fact that he's independent to help get votes. And then now he is coming into the Democratic Party. He really isn't, and he still brags that he's not a Democrat. And but he's more than happy to use this infrastructure that has been established by a lot of Democrats prior to him, and expect fair treatment. Now, he has not been getting fair treatment. Is it what do you think are his expectations in that regard? Is that sort of a calculated political move? Do you think that that's kind of cynical, or do you think that what are your thoughts on that? Because he is outside that system, and he is now kind of requesting access to that very system that he has decried.
Well, I mean, he's been an independent senator for a while, became a registered Democrat, but in the 2016 system, he pushed it to the convention, and this is something that some Bernie Sanders fans, people of the Bernie Sanders Club, don't like to hear. But Bernie Sanders at no time led Hillary Clinton in delegates. Given the way the structure was, particularly with the superdelegates and so forth, there was no time where he was even close, right? It was a case where it was just a matter of how much influence he was going to have. And this notion of the party and superdelegates, I mean, Clinton won without would have won without the superdelegates. But what did Bernie gain this time? Well, Bernie gained a couple of things. He gained a change to the rules that the superdelegates can't vote on the first round, meaning that the delegates, sort of, if you will, kind of like the electoral college of the Democratic Party, is only being considered by the caucuses and primaries. So that's an interesting process. We have to
Which would have helped him out a lot the first time. That would have helped him out a lot the first time around, right? Because that's why he was behind, was because of those superdelegates.
But he also still would have lost, even with them, given the way the process works, right? So the question becomes, what happens this time? He even though he lost the nomination in 2016, he gained positions that are helping him in 2020. Now, how much it will help him kind of depends, right? Again, don't underestimate the Rules Committee and the Credential Committee and the Platform Committee are key processes in a political party. And by the way, the Republicans have a similar sort of process. This is not what we're mainly talking about the Democratic Party this time. Now, the question becomes, well, will he gain a majority? Again, the way the process works, he has to gain he has to have a majority of credentialed delegates voting for him as the nominee. Right? And that usually turns into the majority of the delegates that go to the convention, right? There can be some trading back and forth in that regard and fights over those sort of things. But and as it gets closer, those fights become more critical. So one thing to look for is to say, all right, we've seen Buttigieg and Klobuchar power the race. If whatever delegates they have picked up or will pick up, will assume they will say, please vote for, and this what I understand is Biden. One question to ask, I think that's going to be key to watch in this Super Tuesday, is how many delegates does Bloomberg pick up? It's not expected Bloomberg will get the nomination on the first ballot or a majority of the primary delegates. But Bloomberg could pick up a couple hundred and turn around and say, give me a spot on prime time, let me decline a nomination, and I will give my votes to, now, you decide. Would he turn around and say Biden or Sanders? Let's say the same thing with Warren, right? Warren picking up delegates. What if she doesn't win the nomination? Will she throw her support towards Sanders or Biden? Well, if you look at the numbers and where they're projecting, it appears that Sanders has an uphill fight. Like I cannot imagine Bloomberg endorsing Sanders for the nomination.
Yeah. So he can. So let's say Sanders is projected to actually, at least last I saw at 538, he was projected to have pledged delegates to clinch the nomination by the time the convention begins. Now, let's assume you're Sanders. Let's assume that you're going to be the nominee. Who do you start thinking for vice president and why?
Well, first thing you do is you look for someone to, quote, balance a ticket. That's usually the calculus, right? That says he might scare certain people because of certain positions. So he might pick up somebody who is less scary in whatever vector, right? Other thing, of course, is that, for example, if you are picking somebody who is an elected official, such as a senator, you need to look at the governor of that state, because someone such as Klobuchar, as I recall, the governor of the state of Minnesota is a Republican. So if Sanders were to pick Klobuchar as running mate and they win, then the Republican governor might pick a Republican to replace their until they have a vote. Those are calculus like that can happen. Now, understand also, people rarely.
Let me interrupt. I just want to, and I'm going to be interrupting. I apologize. I'm going to be interrupting throughout the night, just because I want to try to keep everybody up to date. So we now have Biden projected to win Alabama. That is. He is projected to get at a minimum 17 of their 52 delegates and is declared the winner. As I apologize, and what I'll try to do is, when I interrupt you in the future, also please keep track.
This is part of the not a problem. So
right.
I'm just saying what might happen in the convention is that Biden may not get the majority, which is 1,990 delegates. But someone like Bloomberg might throw enough votes to him to put over the top. So one question to ask is, well, again, back to the vice presidential nominee. A key thing to remember is people very rarely vote for the vice president, right? When you ask someone who you're voting for, you might have said, you might say, well, I'm voting for Clinton or I'm voting for Trump in the last election. You did not talk about saying, no, I'm voting for Pence because I want him to be vice president, right? That rarely happens. Now, it's possible if the person's from your state and you like that person, then that might be the case. But overall, it doesn't matter as much, because people tend to not vote for the vice presidential candidate. People don't even remember the losing. I mean, do you remember the Clinton's vice presidential nominee?
Do I remember Hillary Clinton's? Wait,
yes.
She didn't have a nom.
When she lost against Trump, who was her vice presidential?
Jesus, actually, I don't. You think I'm usually pretty good at this? I don't actually remember.
that's the point, right? Those people are less likely.
Wow.
We kind of know Pence because of that sort of thing, but still, the particularly the losers of the vice presidential things are people long forgotten.
You got me on that. I normally am really on it, and you totally got me on that one.
No, again, and of course, it gets harder going back to certain people when you go back in history. But that's part of my point, is that the vice presidential things, they might have a little bit of polls. So usually the calculus says, hey, if you are if you are a white New Englander, pick a women black Southerner as example. Try to so-called balance the ticket. Right? Try to give some notion. Also can happen is if you are somebody whose health is questionable, to say, well, if I win and I die, then this becomes your president, right? That's another calculus. But those I think are almost rounding errors when it comes time for people. People in the last election for the Democratic Republican Party were voting for or against Trump, for or against Clinton, and the nominees are forgotten this fast, right? That becomes but there are rules, right? One of the rules in electoral college is you cannot have the president and vice president being from the same state. So when Bush W asked Cheney to form a committee to select a possible running mate, and Cheney did this so-called worldwide search of possible running mates, Cheney came back and said, well, Mr. Bush, how about me? And of course they said, but you're from Texas as well. No problem. He moved his residency to Wyoming, established a Wyoming residency, and said, now I can run.
Well, I do want to get back to this because I have a couple of things we now have. So North Carolina is going to go to Joe Biden. Now this is still early, and there's a tendency when doing this to go by the early numbers, which do have a tendency to lean one way or another. So during the national election, the Democrats always looks like they're going to win right off the bat, and they start racking up these huge numbers. But the reason is because the first states to vote are usually the liberal ones or the coast cities that have the bigger numbers. Yeah. And so, you get them all of a sudden getting closer and closer and closer to the 201 to win, and the Republican isn't getting anywhere. But then when the Midwest starts to vote, yeah. So
here's a case. I mean, because again. So you have to ask, because when early returns come in, some of the early returns might be if the state has absentee ballots they're often counted first because they're already been mailed in. They're at the counting centers. Also, it's more likely that some of the intercity systems can have, except of course if there's bad weather or long lines, because usually in most states and territories, the rule is that if you are in line to vote, when the polls close, they'll let you continue to vote, right? So those people that show up to the polls before the polls close can still contest the vote. So sometimes polls can open late. Also can happen is that the state may be organized such as the vote counting centers are in a city, and some rural county has to drive an hour and a half to bring the ballots there. So there'll be all kinds of stuff that can happen to delay the final vote. But again, the key thing is not who's winning in what state, but how many delegates they have. And the numbers that I think that are credible at the moment are projecting Biden to potentially pick up more delegates than Sanders at the convention by the time the convention comes around, but maybe not enough to put him over the top. And that Biden might be something like 150 to 200 delegates behind. But someone like Bloomberg is expected to pick up somewhere around 500 to 600 delegates. So Bloomberg could be an example of a kingmaker and say, yep, Biden, and what might Bloomberg ask in return for being a a good Democrat, quote unquote, right, as a party playing Democrat, and throwing his votes to the leader to put that person over the top so they don't have a brokered convention. Because people such as Bloomberg and Warren projected to be number 3 and number 4 of delegate counts, could sit out and very rightly so go up to the convention and say, no, I'm still going to try. And no one gets the nomination on the first ballot, and then it cycles into nominating people and delegates doing all kinds of stuff. It's difficult to see how that could happen.
So what we have now, we have Biden with 115. So this is his first time, and again, you have to be very careful with this because the numbers can change dramatically this early on. But he is out 115 to Sanders' 16. Buttigieg is still at 26, and Elizabeth Warren is still projected to have 8. And again, Bloomberg has his first win at the American Samoa and is projected to get 4 of their 6 pledges. Now I think so. It sounds like what you're saying is, I mean, for me, I have thought that perhaps having Warren as his running mate would help him, because most of the Democrats are going to vote for the Democrats, so the Republicans are going to vote for the Republicans. And there's concern about, well, if you have a candidate too extreme, you're going to polarize the opposition. So Sanders is so extreme, he's going to polarize Republicans, and Republicans who still like Trump but might not have been galvanized to come out and vote. I'm going to say, oh, I have to vote. So Sanders would get out the vote for the Republicans. So that's one objection that people have to Sanders. I'm not sure that that's necessarily as much of a problem as people think. I think there's going to be a lot of people galvanized on both sides. The question is, can you bring enough of the people from the middle in one way or another? And if would Warren help with that in any way to moderate him? It sounds like you're saying maybe not as much as conventional wisdom would suggest.
Yeah, and again, one of the things in particular is it's very early, right? And people were asking me, about casting their ballots in California. One of the things I recommended people do, who were Democrats, of course, was to consider the candidates and to vote for the candidates that best express their values. Because at this early stage, doing this sort of strategic voting, like say, I'm going to vote for so-and-so that so-and-so doesn't get blah, blah, blah. That kind of strategic voting, I think, is way too early. And to say something like, Sanders, excuse me, Sanders is going to win, or Sanders is going to lose, or Biden's going to win, or Biden's going to lose, all this stuff is too early. Now, there are probably some things you could sit there and say, people like Bloomberg, which are Buttigieg, are not going to, get the most number of delegates. Is that you could probably say that's safe, but to make statements of Biden will win or lose, or Sanders will win or lose at this stage is way too early. Even though right now you're showing for the first time that projected delegates for Biden exceed that of Sanders. Remember that we have California coming on board, and
yes.
And if Sanders performs well in California, he can swamp the lead just by that one seat alone.
Do we have any projections for California? Now, like I said, I go by 538, who I'm a big fan of. But
the people that have told me about the polling in California, they're projecting for that Sanders is going to come in around 170, and Biden might come in around 130, so that Sanders might exceed Biden by about 40, and the rest will be kind of 50-50 Bloomberg, Warren, right? So you might have something like, approximately let's say 174 for Sanders, maybe even like 130 for Biden. Bloomberg might pick up like 65. Warren might pick up in the mid 50s, for example. Those are things. And then and then even possible that one or two delegates might go for one of the candidates that is pulled out of the race. So it becomes part of that momentum. Look at who has what the best projections are suggesting that Biden and Sanders will be close on the number of delegates they pick up after Super Tuesday. That's the projection. So if one candidate pulls out or the other, that might indicate something. Where things become probably more significant is, for example, in the late April primaries, where the states that are voting there are currently tending to favor Biden. But again, a lot of news cycles can happen. Someone could do something really stupid and their voting base collapses. Somebody can come along and discover something. Right? Yeah, right. And it's quite possible that so it isn't over until it's over is true. But neither Sanders nor Biden should feel comfortable about whatever lead they have at this stage. It's looking like neither of them might get the majority, but it's possible, right? So again, if you're listening to this and you haven't voted yet, and the polls are still open, please vote. And if you're a Democrat considering who should I vote for, don't sit there and say, "Oh, well, this poll says this candidate is more likely to beat Trump." No, at this stage, vote for the candidate that best expresses your values. This is not a test. You're not trying to vote. Say so and so is going to win. You're trying to express your opinion. It's okay to vote for a candidate who other people think won't win. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Expressing. Now, and at this early stage, you can't sit there and say the polling says so and so is going to win, so I better vote for so and so. That's not what the election's about. They're not asking you. It's not a test to predict who's going to win. It's asking you who is your preference.
So,
sorry for that rant.
Yeah, that's a no. I like that position a lot. That tends to be my position. I think most people see that as an idealistic position, but that is the one I tend to cling to. I remember today probably one of my favorite speeches ever by any candidate was Obama in the 2000. There are no blue states, there are no red states, but just the United States. I love that one. When I was on the campaign, we were watching. I think it was the New England Patriots versus like Buffalo Bills or something like that. And we had at the high levels in Connecticut, we had a number of people who were fans of both. I just like, there are no Buffalo Bills fans. There are no Patriots fans. There are only football fans. It's like, oh God. Yeah. I do apologize for somebody. We're having.
But again, he again, it's noted that Obama had a very significant speech in 2004, and that was also part of his gaining position within the party as an upcoming, and that set him up for the 2008 election. For me, it was hearing Michelle Obama speak at the California Democratic Convention. I believe that was in 2003, if I recall, and I was quite impressed with her. So these speeches and these things can be very important in the future for that.
That projections absolutely everything
are way too early. Now, it's true that probably by the time we get into May, it might be very clear if anyone's going to get a majority, who that might be, or if no one's getting a majority, who's ahead. And there, by that time, strategic voting, saying, let me vote for so-and-so or so-and-so because I want so-and-so or don't want so-and-so. That something might be possible. But at this stage now, with so few delegates actually having been selected, it's hard to say. And to say something like, well, okay, I as a Democrat am going to vote for this candidate because they're most likely to beat Trump. Way too early to make that kind of a statement.
So So we are
And have it
having,
be
I'm
real
having
loud.
some audio difficulties. We're working on that, but just FYI, on In Time, our official position is any technical difficulties we do blame on the nearest Canadian. Not a joke. That's our official position. We've had that. You've heard that one. I don't think we have any local Canadians that are available. We are working to find some so that we can blame them, but I do apologize, and
Oh,
we're
well,
working on
if
that.
I can point out, the wine I'm drinking tonight is called 50th Parallel Estates. It's a Gewürztraminer 2018 from Canada. So this is a Canadian bottle, and it's a Canadian wine from the British Columbia, and it's actually quite good, by the way. So we can blame the wine that's in this bottle for technical difficulties.
Perfect. So,
And
absolutely, it's the wine's fault, and we will we will discuss that. Yeah. The other thing is, I would like to get on to just briefly while we wait for the next round of results. Probably get in touch with sorry, I would like to discuss a bit the Iran issues. So let's just quickly make sure that we don't have anything to report. I think, okay, Joe Biden is up to now 121 projected. Sanders is up to 77 projected delegates, and there is no other nothing else really to cover right now on this. So let's discuss Iran briefly, because about 5 minutes before we went live, there was the IAEA came out with a report saying that Iran now has enough nuclear material to create a nuclear bomb. Now, Iran has deliberately allowed the IAEA to do their inspections, despite the fact that we were in violation of. We didn't actually leave the treaty. We were in violation of it. We tried to just refused to certify, but we were required to certify because they hadn't done anything wrong. But we bailed on the convention. We bailed on the treaty. They have been keeping up the inspections, and it appears that they want everyone to see that they can now create a nuclear weapon. This is what the conclusion of the IAEA is as of today. They do have sufficient material to do that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, it's kind of a late announcement. It's not surprising. For those of us who are working in non-proliferation related issues, we have expected Iran to gain the capability of having enough material. Now, the question is, in what form is the material, and how enriched is it? Right. The agreement that was reached in the past would have limited them to producing only enough material to do things. But one of the complaints about that agreement was, or concerns, let's say concerns, so I don't make it sound like I'm playing sides, was it enforceable? Was it verifiable? And then what form, right? Because when you hear this notion of enrichment, what's happening? Well, for example, with the case of uranium, there's the majority of uranium you get from the ground is not immediately fissifiable. So you have to enrich it. You have to increase the percentage of this uranium that you can easily use in a reaction. And so typically for a power reactor that is generating heat to generate steam to generate electricity, you typically boost the percentage of this called, fissible form to be 3 to 5%. And it varies on reactor specs and so forth. And so Iran was being allowed to enrich uranium for reactors. And part of the thing you have for reactors is generate power. Also, even if they don't have power because they have this oil, they also could use it to generate medical isotopes for medical services. And so they said, we want to do this to enrich uranium to have for reactors. The problem with that process is that to go from a 3 to 5% enrichment for a reactor to weapons grade, which is 90%, is not that big of a step. The steps you'd need to do, if you've done the work to go from enrich uranium from its fraction percent up to 3 to 5%, you've actually done about 85% of the work necessary to go to 90%. In fact, what happens is that all you do if you're reaching the 3 to 5% is add more stages of the same type of stuff, replumb your systems, and go the other 15%. So you've done most of the work getting it to 3 to 5% for a reactor. It's only a little bit more boosting. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, you're just doing more stages of replumbing. So when they were so-called under this agreement, there were inspectors looking at the systems and looking how the material's going through and looking at the coming out and saying, okay, they're not trying to boost it there, but the same building that they can use to reactor stuff can be replumbed or add more stages to it and boost it. Another thing that's very important to understand is you do not need weapons grade uranium to build a nuclear device. The very first nuclear device on Hiroshima wasn't even weapons grade, right? And what it means is that you need less material to create a nuclear explosion. So even if they don't hit 90, but they hit 80 or so forth, they need more. It's not as efficient, but again, so one of the complaints about the agreement was that they could easily cheat. Another claim about the agreement was that even if they didn't cheat, they could at some point bow out of the agreement and quickly replumb to get more material. Now, the question is, what does it mean when they've said we have enough material? Does that mean they have enough material at 3 to 5% that they could just boost it to weapons grade to get enough material for a weapon? Well, that depends on what kind of weapon they're trying to build. If they're trying to build a weapon, or they're trying to threaten to build a weapon, right? It depends upon what they're doing, what level, a number of factors there. But it's been presumed that it would be within a year or two for Iran pulling out of the deal to boost their production to get enough material to be able to get a device. Now, with this latest development, the thing that's interesting is that Iran, it's not the case of someone claiming it. Iran has actually made the statement of we have enough material now. Now, is that material in weapons grade form, or is that material in reactor form, but it's enough that they can just replumb and boost it, and they haven't done that yet? That's partly to be determined.
All right. Yeah, I haven't seen the. Oh, yeah, please.
Another thing, of course, is the question is, well, why would a country do this? I mean, one thing is a country could try to get into the nuclear club and say, well, we're honoring members because we could, but we haven't yet. Or they might try to send a message to force someone to the negotiation table. Or they might try to do it to provoke somebody. Certainly, in the case of Iran, Saudi Arabia and Israel are two nations that will be probably especially concerned because of their adjacency to Iran about this development. The question becomes, well, what might they do, directly or indirectly? And that's part of the thing of these proxy wars and other things happening. It kind of also depends upon what does Iran do. If Iran really states, we have the capability, but we're not doing that yet, let's talk. That might be one negotiating thing. If they're trying to zoom to building a weapon and detonate to officially join the club, that might be another ploy. If they turn around and try to use it, what do they have for delivery?
What do they have for delivery vehicles that could hit anything?
I mean, I'm not, unless I'm an expert on Iranian missile systems, but I know that they've been testing missiles, and they appear, from what I'm perspective, to have the technological know-how to get a rocket that could reach, for example, their nearby neighbors, right? Such as Saudi Arabia, such as Israel, right? That they could use that to threaten. Also, the other thing that's concerned is whether or not Iran could use the threat to sell information and material to someone else. Because another thing that Iran might do is say, well, we're not going to build a weapon, but you bother group so-and-so. Well, what if we happen to give them stuff, right? Even not enough stuff to make a device, but enough to set off an explosion to cause the press to hyperventilate. I mean, people are panicking over COVID virus. Imagine if someone like Iran gave a terrorist group the nuclear waste product, not even the weapons grade stuff, but the leftover dregs, and said,
Yep.
put this into some explosions, take a boat into someone's harbor and blow it up. Even if it might contaminate that little spot, the whole, I mean, people would just go absolutely bonkers on that sort of thing. And they might do that or threaten to do that. And so it's a concern that people have about Iran. With the case of North Korea, it appears as if both Russia and China, that also have some influence over North Korea, has told North Koreans, you better not do something like that. One thing that's in particular is that material has isotope signatures. So if someone were to take a pile of enriched uranium, or there's a leak in a facility, and you get a isotope width of that sort of thing, you can kind of tell, hey, this came from a North Korean reactor. This came from this Chinese reactor. This came from this reactor in Canada or whatever. You can tie it back to the source. And so it's been assumed that what was told to North Korea was, if we find someone with the reactor signatures from your reactors, you're going to pay for it, right? So it's presumed that North Korea has not played fast and loose. They've played games in terms of detonating devices and long-range missiles, but it's assuming that they're not at this stage foolish enough to give away their materials. The less is said about Iran. Could Iran turn around and say to someone like the war going on in Yemen, stop, or we're going to give them some waste products to contaminate someone's capital, and cause, even if it doesn't is enough to cause long-term damage, the impact and hysteria that can come out could be significant. So so people should be concerned about what might Iran do, even if it never builds a weapon or detonates a weapon, as to what it might do. Now, Iran can come around and say, hey, we have a right to build a reactor, build our medical stuff, defend ourselves, and you got to evaluate for that for yourself. But my take on Iran is, it's this announcement is expected. Iran has even not denied it, but are using it for their diplomatic, strategic advantages. The question becomes, and therefore what? Right? And some of the details you don't have is, they have enough material. What if they take all of their current reactor stockpiles and to super enrich that, they'd have a device, or they've exceeded the threshold limits that were designed to keep them under that device threshold, or what? Right? That's the details have to be understood in order to understand the strategic implications of that. And then, of course, what will people such as the United States, Saudi Arabia, Israel, etc., do as a result of this?
I'm very curious. There was a part of the original report said that the thinking was that they were just trying to prove that they could do it, and what they could do if the U.S. does not honor the agreement, and if the U.S., which we've already backed out, but it's basically to try to get the U.S. to the negotiating table, and Trump doesn't usually work that way. I think they've what's the word, misunderestimated Trump if they think that this is the kind of thing that he responds well to. It's not about threats. It's about visuals.
And I don't try to be mean to Trump, but it also appears that his intellect and understanding some of his fine details, he doesn't operate that way. He's not someone like a President Carter who memorizes books full of briefing materials and got stuff at the fingertip. He's not that kind of a detailed person. And for someone to try to explain to him just what I explained about difference between weapons grade, a weapon, reactor stuff, it's quite what I've heard from Trump is that if you go in an explanation that lasts more than 20 seconds without a picture, he's going to say, not interested, get out of here, da da da, type of thing. So it's unclear, and I think people know this. I think the Iranians very specifically know this. So Iranian might be, on the other hand, playing for Europe. They might be saying to Europe, okay, US has walked away, but we want you, EU, to come to the table and talk, because they may have given up on US diplomats doing anything, as an example. They may also be sending a signal. Go ahead.
Oh, they've even had to change the presidential daily briefings to make them shorter too, and then they actually have rules now. If you want to have him hear you and understand, you can only have a paragraph. You get no more than 5 sentences, and anything past that, and you've lost him. You've completely lost him. And this is the way they brief the president has had to be changed because he is incapable of going any further than that,
or declines to do so. I mean that by the way, but I think this is a commentary in the Republican Party, that they are supporting a person who seems to not be fit for the details of office, and issues like this are oftentimes things that people like the State Department and defense intelligence people worry about the details and summarize for executive summaries. And it appears that even executive summaries are something that Trump appears not be interested in or capable, depending on where your line is. Now, another thing to factor is the elections in Israel. I understand right now with the case of there that it appears that Netanyahu has, I don't know if his party has an outright majority, but it appears he survived the political scandals, and his party is poised to be the lead party and form a coalition. That being the case, it may be that one of the things that Iran is also trying to do is send a message to Israel about that sort of thing. It's hard to say.
Well, so the other thing is, and this goes unreported for obvious reasons. I don't want to be accused of not reporting on big Trump news because I'm biased. So I'm going to say Trump has won a number of states in the nominating process. He is the presumptive nominee. It's not a biggie. He currently has 108 bound delegates. Bill Weld has won. Bill Weld, the former Massachusetts governor, has one delegate in the Republican primary. I don't think I'm gonna call that one. I think I don't think that's gonna give him yeah. So meanwhile, we have on the Democrats side, we have 121 for Joe Biden, pledged delegates to Joe Biden, 77 to Sanders, and Buttigieg at 26. Elizabeth Warren has now picked up one extra delegate. She has gone from 8 to 9 delegates, and we'll see what else. I'm sorry, you were going to say.
So as I say, I think it's a matter of these are developments that are I think people should be concerned about what Iran is doing. If you ask me, who should be more concerned about getting the COVID virus or Iran's current nuclear plans, I would probably pick Iran. The reason being is that viruses will come and go. But when a country sort of outside of the stable nuclear club does something nuclear or dirty, that's going to change your way of life significantly. Right? Be concerned about that.
Well, I think you brought up a very good point, which is, I mean, a dirty bomb, depending on how it's done, what materials it use it. A dirty bomb is kind of a terrifying thing. It's a different kind of attack, but it's reasonably limited in terms of compared to other attacks. But it is still, Iran is a country that can easily, if they choose, assist others in doing that. And they haven't done so thus far for a number of reasons. But they can change their mind, and they are not going to do it themselves most likely. But they certainly are. If they decide that they want to assist others in doing that, they certainly can.
Yeah,
and it'll get back to them eventually. But
yeah, and it's unfortunate. I mean, I used to help in doing preparing people entering into, let's say, diplomatic service, to give them essentially non-classified briefings on the basics of weapons, right? The idea being that they need to be trained about the fundamentals. Like, you don't tell them the classified stuff about here's how you do the blah, but you give them some of the details about things like enrichment and enrichment process and so forth. So if they're negotiating some fine detail, they understand the implications of that negotiation. But it appears, and here again, Republican Party, hear me well, you are supporting a person who either fails to be interested in or seems not to be capable of handling some critical details in the process. And you, the Republican Party, are going to bear the result of this sort of thing. And it's so let's set aside sort of political positions and say, I think we could say that if you had President Pence rather than President Trump, you could at least count on Pence being able to be more, cognizant, compos mentis over some of the fundamental things.
Compos mentis,
what's more likely to happen? Sorry.
No, I got compos mentis. I was like, I like that one, but I was going to say competence. I disagree with Pence's politics far more than I disagree with Trump's. Politically, Trump, I'm much closer to Trump than Pence, but Trump is not competent, in my view, to hold office. Pence is. It's a huge difference.
And you, the Republican Party, and you, the Republican leaders, are responsible for supporting this person in this state. I mean, it was the case for a while. The narrative was, well, he has people around him that are helping him with pictures and that sort of thing. But the problem is that when it becomes serious, is the result of the president going to be some tweet with some sarcastic comment about Iran? Is that going to be how we're going to handle the situation? And again, let me say it again. For those people who are listening, the next nuclear incident or even dirty bomb stuff, the hyperventilation that's going to come over that thing is going to impact your life, even if the device directly doesn't do that, right? Be concerned about that sort of thing, and be concerned there are people in the State Department, Intelligence Department that are being told, even criticized, like I don't like you, or I'm going to fire you, so forth, and that there are experts who understand some of the classified details being shoved away because he likes to fire people. That's easily what he's good at, is you're fired type of stuff. And so one thing in particular is that I pledge for those Republicans who are in office, I will not vote for you, period. I don't care if you're the only one running. You are not going to get my vote if you are a Republican in office, because your party is supporting someone who is functioning as if they're not fit to be in office. Not that I disagree with. And again, someone such as Mitch McConnell, you made loathe. Mitch McConnell has the political processes available to do extraordinary stuff in the Senate, right? He knows how to get stuff done. He knows how to get his way, right? Trump knows how to tweet. And that's the person who not only has the finger figuratively on the nuclear football, but kind of make some of these statements, and that's who's on there. Be concerned, and so you might want to consider that when you're voting.
I would Mitt Romney be an exception to that, out of curiosity?
I mean, so here's a case where, again, I would say, well, one, that Romney did vote to convict on one count, but did he do that because he knew he was going to lose? Would Romney have, if he was a casting vote to remove Trump, have done it?
That's a really good point.
I mean, that's one of the things that they also say about McCain as a maverick, right? That it's okay for a maverick when it doesn't count to be allowed to do that. It's another thing when they make a difference, right? McCain's vote to retain Obamacare was a key maverick vote that changed something.
Yes.
So does that? Does Romney get that level of stuff? No, because he's also aided and abetted this president in a number of other things, right?
That's a good point.
So if he was really that principled, he could decide to withdraw from the Republican Party. Because what's happened, Trump has not done well in the state of Utah. Trump and the Mormon Church do not get along. And in fact, the Mormon Church pushed a third-party candidate in the 2016 election that got a significant percentage of votes in Utah. Now, that being said, I have concerns for Romney being, a former bishop in the Mormon Church. I think that speaks to his character. Sorry, Mormons, but to me, that also speaks to his character. But at least you could say that Romney's probably competent, and you could have a discussion, you have a debate, and a person in Joint Chiefs of Staff or National Intelligence Advisor could sit down and say, Romney, here's the da-da-da-da, right? And he might make a reasoned choice. I can't count on Trump.
Sorry.
Yeah. Right. And I think Republican Party, I'm not about Republicans, I'm talking about the national party, I'm talking about the office holders. You are responsible for the maintenance of this person. And I also think we do not know at this stage the level of chaos that's going on in the White House right now. I think we will historically be horrified at what we'll find, but I don't think we even know just an inkling of that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, it's sad to say. So the Iranians, of course, have to take this into account, because Iran might sit there and say, hey, we can't count on anything rational coming from the U.S. as far as the leadership position. So they might be just going for broke. They may be going for show. I don't know. It's hard to say.
All right. So, and let's see, we're going to have polls closing in about 15 minutes, and we're hoping a whole bunch. And I just heard someone say that Warren appears to be doing poorly in Massachusetts, which would be that would be a blow if she lost Massachusetts. And then let's see, you had just said there was something that said.
So the question is, would she do poorly because of Sanders, or because of Biden, or Bloomberg?
I have no idea. I haven't seen any exit polling on it. In fact, normally the exit polls, so I don't know where that's coming from. I don't normally they don't release exit polls until the polls close, and the reason is because they don't want those polls to influence. In fact, it's illegal to release exit polling data. So, but I guess Biden, according to our live chat. So let's okay. So
again, if you're still in a state whose polls open, you're eligible to vote. Please vote. And even if you say, hey, I don't like any of my party's nominees, most likely your state has state level issues, members of Congress, and primaries, ballot majors, other sorts of things. There's other reasons to go to the poll besides your party's nominee. It's also okay to not vote on and stuff. So you could sit there and say, then California said to say, well, I'm not going to cast a vote for any nominee for my party because of reasons, but I'm going to vote on because we have a Proposition 13. There are county measures, there are school board measures, city stuff. I am, for example, have endorsed no on Measure B in the city of Sunnyvale. So I would encourage those people who haven't voted yet in Sunnyvale to vote no on Measure B. So the reason to go to polls, even if you're sick of this Biden, Sanders, Buttigieg, Warren, blah, 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 blah sort of thing, right? Again, it's also too early to say if so-and-so wins, then Trump wins or Trump loses. I think those are way, 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 way too early.
Now, one of the theories that I've heard often is that the reason Trump won was because, and there's no one reason. I mean, people blame whatever the proverbial straw was that broke the camel's back. But here's the thing about that, which is if you could point to a single straw that broke the camel's back, if you had removed any of the prior straws on the camel's back, the one that broke the camel wouldn't have done it. It would be the next straw that does it. So they're all actually equally culpable. It's not, you can't sit there, but people like to say, okay, this is why. But
it's the massive straw and the gravitational field and acceleration that breaks the camel's back. And the weakness of the camel's back too, right? Because the camel could have done lots of calisthenics and had a stronger back and would not have broken. So,
exactly. And if the gravitational field around Donald Trump had been just a little bit lighter, he might have floated away and we wouldn't have had an issue. But so one of the things that I hear a lot of people say is that, well, it's actually the fault of the liberals won. And I hear this from Republicans too, who don't even like Trump, and like it's your fault. Like, okay, because they felt like they had lost power and they felt dejected, yada, yada, yada. I don't buy arguments except one. The one that I buy is that the reason he won was because Republicans, because he's so incompetent that it just infuriates the liberals in a way that nobody do. And other candidates have tried to get liberals really angry at them and have in general met with mediocre success. In this case, Trump has almost all liberals just are infuriated by him, absolutely hate him. And so people have what the argument is that a lot of Republicans vote for him not because they like him, not because they think he's competent, not because they think he's a man of the people, but because liberals hate him, so they're going to vote for him just to stick it to liberals. Do you think there's anything to that?
I think that's the case. And again, it's people having tantrums, right? And I am concerned about candidates' cults, not the candidate, but the candidates' cults, because those cult members, if they don't get their way, sometimes will react in a very negative way. And the reaction can be it's unfortunately typically something like, well, my candidate didn't win, so I'm going to take all my marbles and go home. So there is, for example, a very well-known libertarian atheist who was a supporter of Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders didn't get the nomination. And so he not only stayed home, but he bragged about the fact that I'm not voting, right? Now that idiot lived in a state where there were critical ballot measures that the state was doing on critical political and social issues. There were members of Congress from his district and other bases that because his cult-like following of his candidate didn't win, he not only stayed home, but thought that was a virtue. That person is known for 2 letters, and that person I condemn because of his sort of like, my candidate didn't win, so therefore I'm not going to do anything in the election. Right? People who are capable of voting and don't vote really get my ire. I have at least it's okay to go to the polls and say I don't have opinion on this particular part of the ballot, or I don't care, or none of them are accepted, and then not vote on the item. That's perfectly fine. It's not a test, right? But for someone to sit there and say, well, my candidate X didn't win the nomination because unfair, blah, 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 so I'm going to bow out of the system. Screw you. Right? And
that reminds me, actually,
person, screw you. Seriously.
I have one example, one case where I disagree, and that was when Michelle that the census was a plot by Obama because, hey, why was he running it that year? It's a plot by Obama to, snag Republicans and either gerrymander or whatever else he was planning to do. So she was encouraging every member of her district not to fill out the census, apparently unaware of the fact that her seat is the one that would be lost if the numbers dropped by even a small margin, because that was a new seat that she was in. Yeah. So I agree with that one. I think
again, if you say, hey, there's an election on water board or school board, and I don't care about any of the candidates, or I don't know about this measure and so forth, that's okay, right? It's okay to not vote on everything on your ballot, right? This is not a test where you're trying to predict the winner, right? And again, don't vote for someone because you think that's going to win. Vote to express your opinion. That's what voting's about, right? So register to vote if you're capable of voting, and then do some of your homework, and then go to the polls or go fill your ballot. And for those things that you care about, you understand, you can do research and so forth. But again, it took me, I collected the stack of campaign material that came in the mail. And over the weekend before this primary, I read through the material, I read the candidate statements, and I made, also looked up some stuff and made my decisions on my ballot and cast it, right?
And let me interrupt for a second. We are joined now by Mikey, our host of A Stitch in Time. Mikey, how are you?
Pleasure to see you, sir.
Always.
All right. Well, I'm going to do
good company when I'm with Landon.
Yeah, and I am for in honor of various Canadians out there, I am drinking 50th Parallel Estate Gewürztraminer 2018 from the Okanagan Valley in British Columbia. So if we have to blame Canadian, we can blame Canadian wine.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, sorry, I cut you off. You were saying?
No, I was just ranting about people that don't vote. I mean, I had, I was a elected official. I ran for office and was, and held offices and ran and did the election stuff. And occasionally when I go out there, because I would do walk precincts in a case like our city of 100 and that time 30,000 people, I walked the entire city, knocked on door of a person who voted in 3 out of the 4 last elections, right? And I came across somebody who was saying, well, she was saying, well, I don't vote. I let my husband vote. But let me tell you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, wait a minute, ma'am. You don't vote? No, I let my husband vote. I'm blah, blah. Well, screw you, ma'am. Really? Take it up your butt and shove it hard. She's like, how dare you? And I said, I dare you to go to the polls and vote for my opponent. Her name is Lori Jadnick. I dare you. I don't think you have the guts to do that. So shove it up your butt. Really, right? I do not have the tolerance for stuff. And she had been living in this city for 45 years. And, I let my husband vote. Again, I hope I made her mad enough to go and vote for my opponent. I at least accomplished something. But probably the first time a political office holder told it to shut up her butt. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, that's going to be good first. All right. So, Mikey, welcome. To do this as soon as you show up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave for just a minute. I'm going to try resetting my system and hope that helps with some of the sound issues. So,
okay.
We're going to be having polls closing in about 4 minutes. Right now, Biden is ahead, 130. Sanders has 88. We're talking Iran, nuclear weapons.
And we're still a couple hours before, 2 hours before kind of point of closes. So
California, yep. And we covered also the possible VP candidates. I'd like to talk actually a little bit more about Warren, and also a rumor that Klobuchar is deliberately sabotaging Warren because she doesn't want orange female. She wants a shot at that in 4 years. First female president, but I'll hit that in a minute. I'm gonna head out. I will see all you guys in a couple minutes.
So tell me, Michael, what do you think about this current election cycle? Tell me. I've been ranting and raving, so please.
It's the battle of the bastard. No, I'm just kidding. It's kind of. I see that the Democrats have all decided that, hey, maybe infighting isn't the best thing to do when you're running against an orange Cheeto encrusted monster. Perhaps you should, let bygones be bygones, win the election, fight throughout the term. They decided that they were just going to nuke the whole thing, and they just, well, Hillary is going, and if you don't like it, then, you disenfranchised a lot of young people. And now that Trump has done what Trump has done over the last 3.5 years, all the young people are like, if they do it again. So I think it's been, Yang had his rise and fall. I don't know a whole bunch of Buttigieg people or Klobuchar people or Bloomberg people, but I'm glad to see that people are dropping out in the way that they're dropping out, and they're dropping out before it gets to today or a month ago, because it's we can't do the whole divided thing right now.
Yeah,
it's
possible.
Really not an option.
After Super Tuesday, we might see some other candidates dropping out. That's also possible. And I can see somebody saying, hey, I'm going to make my judgment after Super Tuesday, because now that's kind of like the first kind of nationwide stuff, as opposed to the kind of the special microcosm that happens with Iowa and Nevada and New Hampshire and South Carolina. And so this is the first time that they could see, can their candidate run a sort of nationwide scale campaign, and how well do they do after and everything. So I could respect someone saying, let me go through Super Tuesday and then make a decision.
I will be moving to a totally different planet if they put up someone wild that no one wants to vote for, and then Trump gets reelected off of that. Like, if they pull some switchery, it's going to be,
so what do you mean by
here.
Pull some switchery? What do you think that's? Tell me about that.
Like, I'm really not a big fan of caucusing. I'm really not a big fan of districts. For when it comes to voting for things, I think it should be popular vote. And I don't like delegates. I like votes. Votes mean things to people, and delegates not so much. So I was on a buddy's podcast.
So you're not a fan of the Electoral College, I presume, then?
Absolutely not. And that's where I was taking this. So with the Electoral College and caucusing and all this stuff, can you imagine a better system than that? Again, presupposing that the original system is bad. But I hate it. Do you have a better idea that's not popular vote all the way across the board?
I am not a fan of the Electoral College if we were talking about writing a constitution. The problem, of course, is that the Electoral College is in the Constitution. And in order to change the Electoral College, you have to have effectively either process of changing the Constitution or the states agreeing to do a different process, right? That would have to be the thing. And for the usual route for a constitutional amendment, for example, is 2/3 of the House and Senate, and then 3/5 of the states. That means that if you just had a constitutional convention saying the president shall be selected by popular vote of registered of voters, or that was your amendment. Small states would, in their thinking, had to commit what they call political suicide, where small states would say, yeah, sure, ignore us, and let the candidates just campaign in, let's say, the major metropolitan areas mostly, right? And that, because who would go to Wyoming? Who would go to a state like even example, right? Where they have fewer people than in Washington D.C. as example, but
Right.
they've got 3 electors. But so the problem is you'd have to get at least more than 2/5 of the states not objecting, and the bottom small states would sit there and say, "Yeah, ignore us," right? And they're unlikely to do so. Now, I'm not saying that's the way it should be, but that's why we have the Electoral College. Is unless the majority of states say we're going to do it by popular vote, you're not going to change that. Now let's take the delegates example. Right? Why do parties have conventions? Why do parties have delegates? You have to look at the historical process of what would happen, where the party has to sit there and say, we nominate so and so to run for president, and that person then goes and registers in the 50 states and the District of Columbia as a candidate. And if they get the most number of electors and they swear the oath of office, they become president. That's how Trump is president.
Right.
He got certified as having at least 270 electoral college votes, and he swore the oath of office. That's why he's president. You may not like that, but that's how it happened. Now,
Right.
How did he get to be a candidate? Well, the Republican Party, he won the nomination of the Republican Party. How did he do that? Because he had a majority of delegates to the party say Trump. Now, it used to be way back when the parties would have these convention and backroom deals and make these deals and so forth, and people would be selected, right? That it wasn't some popular thing. I mean, Abraham Lincoln did not have some giant convention and a bunch of people there polling and all that sort of stuff. No, it was a party process, and he got selected, right? More recently, we've gone, the parties have been moving towards having campaigns, but places like Iowa say, we like a caucus because we're a smaller state and we want people to discuss, debate, and get into these caucus things, and they claim that it's more authentic.
Authentic to what though? Like that's what I'm
People
so
who
young
are passionate
when it
get
comes
together and I'm not. I understand. I'm not in favor of Iowa. Right? I do not think that Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina should have privileged positions in the primary process. If it was up to me, I would say, okay, we have 50 states and 5 territories, 55. We will have 11 primaries. 11, of let's say 10 each, so there are 55 primaries, and we will randomly draw and pick which states go in which order, right? Would be how I would do it. And then you say, well, 11 at a time and so forth. But understand that people say, well, a small campaign can campaign in Iowa and then New Hampshire. It's not that big, and they can get noticed. Whereas if they immediately have to come out of the chute being nationwide, that's unfair to candidates that aren't as well known. That's what their excuse is. What would you see that as an argument over?
So if that's the case, then we'll just find the largest phone booth and everyone can caucus in there. Like that just seems like a convenient way. It just seems like a very convenient way to get your person in and exclude other people. Like that, I don't. So if and then the whole point is that the person has to be viable across the country. So if the person has to,
Are you there?
Yeah, your audio is coming through.
Oh, my audio is coming through, but there we are. Oh, perfect. Hey, sorry that, but please, you're saying, Mikey.
You're still choppy, Nick. I don't know what to tell you, but there's something on your end,
okay, I have one more idea. I'm going to try. Keep going, Mikey. Apologize.
You're not supposed to.
One more idea.
You're not supposed to download those files while streaming, Nick.
It's the uploading, Mikey. That's what I'm doing.
Need more upstream. But it's what was I saying? Something about the biggest.
They tried to. Hey, by the way, I understand. I agree with you with your sentiments, but let me try to play the devil's advocate and see how well you do with this stuff.
Okay.
So why shouldn't you start off with the candidates getting practice in some small states? Because that means with a little bit of money and great ideas, you can get noticed. Isn't that more fair than just saying people like Bloomberg and throw millions of dollars in it win?
But I mean, the internet kind of solves that, doesn't it? Most people get all of their media from the internet through social media or YouTube or anything like that. So someone doesn't have to have $100 million behind their campaign for people to know their name. Like that stupid freaking gorilla that all these idiot children voted for in 2016 is an internet meme. And he got 50,000 something, or I can't even remember what the figure was, but some portion of the young people vote, and it was a dead gorilla.
But be careful about internet memes because we seem to have one in the White House.
Exactly.
Sorry.
And then at the same time, and then people are also susceptible to bad, like people got a lot of bad information from the internet, but they also got, but equally, a lot of people got good information from that, and a lot of people were able to stay informed and being able to watch debates, and they can do all of these things on a virtual platform. So since it's 2020 now, I don't know that someone has to knock door to door. Because let me tell you something. Somebody come over to my door and says, either I am cocking a shotgun or I'm turning all the lights out. Like, I don't want you coming. I'm so passive aggressive about people coming to my door. Like, I don't want you here. What are you doing here? This is my safe space.
So, and in small states is that you get together in these small groups and you discuss and debate and have the candidates or the representatives come to the caucus and they pitch their things and people can ask questions, a kind of town hall thing. You get to discuss informed, get supposedly a more informed debate. And at the end, they say, okay, you've heard all the candidates, make your selection. And so they go off to their corners and say, okay, I like so-and-so, right? So what the candidates will do, because they can't be everywhere at once, is they'll send representatives with talking points and they'll argue, people that are passionate about their candidate and ask their questions, as dialogue back and forth, as opposed to having a bunch of drones up on a stage behind podiums and have so-called anchors throw out questions that go back and forth. So they would argue that's a really bad way to select your candidates.
Well, even still, just like how we're having this conversation now, if you were running for office and you say, all right, guys, from 5 to 7 until election day, I'm going to be streaming and taking your questions. You guys can come over here and yell anything you want at me. I think that approach to politics, if it's not the future, it will be, and it should be to me, because Mike, Congressman, he's pretty cool. He answers back on Twitter every once in a while, but most of the time it's just stuff that's farmed out from his office or whatever. Yeah. But there's no reason that these people can't be more accessible, and that I don't need a big convention center to stay informed about the politics. You know what I mean?
So another thing so let's talk about in terms of where this delegate process came from, where even the super delegates came from. Within the Democratic Party, the 1968 convention was a very significant convention, and 1968 was one hell of a bad year for lots and lots of reasons, right?
It was Vietnam, right?
And this was and understand coming up there, you had the assassination of Dr. King, you had riots. You had anti-war riots. You had a big push. At the very end, the last minute, Robert Kennedy jumps into the race, and does well. And sort of. I don't want to compare him to Bloomberg, but was a big name that jumped in the race and essentially shifted the whole Democratic Party support, because at the time, towards him. He had the clout from his brother and so forth. and it was assumed to be it was presumed, and I think quite rightly so, that he was going to become the nominated person. He was going to run against Nixon and clobber Nixon again. But he got assassinated by somebody because of blah, 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 right?
Right.
And that was another thing. So you went to a convention with Mayor Daley. Now, Mayor Daley was the quintessential, I wouldn't call him a mob boss, but essentially Mayor Daley was a dictator of Chicago and had enormous influence over Illinois, and the convention was in Chicago. The Robert Kennedy assassinated, and so you had essentially it come down to Hubert Humphrey, Johnson's vice president, running, and McCarthy, right? McCarthy was the anti-war choice. Humphrey was the establishment choice. Again, kind of like this whole Sanders-Clinton thing, right?
Yeah, that was Daley the dad, though, right? Because the son was mayor of Chicago for 20 years after that. Yeah. Yeah.
So Daley was I mean, if he had been a member of organized crime, he'd been the mob boss, right? He was there's lots of stories you could tell about that guy. But he was determined that the convention is going to be his thing. When he saw riots in the streets, he decided he was going to, you did the Daley way or you were out. And so there was enormous violence against protesters. Protesters reacted as a result of that. You had physical fights on the floor. You had law enforcement people going into the floor of the Democratic Convention and arresting delegates who were trying to push the anti-war stuff. It's over. It was chaos and commotion of the highest order. It was just, talk about a broken ribbon. Do yourself a favor, because I assume there are history stuff on the Democratic 1968 convention. And you had, at that same time, you had the whole Southern strategy. Johnson, as president, had pushed through the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and other key social legislation. And the Democrats who held filibuster control of the Senate became Republicans. You had evil people such as Thurman. May he still remain dead. The best thing Thurman did was to die. Sorry for family members, but the best thing that Thurman did was die. He was again a bigot of the highest order and a hypocrite of the highest order, who became a Republican afterwards. But again, you had people like that. When Johnson, through political force and will, pushed through these landmark legislation, you had a whole bunch of Democrats shifted to become Republican. And what did Nixon do? He did the thing where he said, you run to the left of center, the right of center on your primary, and the left of center on that. So he essentially came in and said, hey, these Republicans vote Republican because look at the Democrats. They've torn up the whole rule book. They had this crazy convention. And so he walked in. We got President Nixon in 1968 because of the chaos. So what did the Democratic Party do? The Democratic Party said, we are going to make sure it's the people's choice, not this inside stuff. We're going to have this popular vote. What happened in 1972? You had McGovern. McGovern was, I don't call him Bernie Sanders at the time, but he was a populist candidate, and he energized the people. He was also, willing to say anti-war stuff. I'm going to stop the Vietnam War, right? And he had invigoration of the young people who weren't voting, got to vote, other things. And he waltzed into a convention, had a disastrous campaign, he picked a vice president who turned out to have mental problems, and so he had to pick another vice president candidate, a whole crazy stuff. The result, greatest landslide in history. Nixon won the Electoral College, and I think there were only the District of Columbia and McGovern's home state, South Dakota, that voted for him. Nixon clobbered him. Right? And so the Democrats said, hey, we can't have this populist stuff because look, they picked somebody who was effectively unelectable on the national level. So what are we going to do? We're going to create this super delegate process. Here's how it works. If you are an elected official, let's say you're a senator, you're a mayor of a big city, you're a governor, right? A Democrat. We'll let you become a delegate, right? If you've won, you could be a delegate thing. And you can even turn it over to somebody else for a favor, but essentially the elected officials get to these delegates. They're the people that make up the party. And they say, we have all these primaries and caucuses per state that select delegates. Well, we have these super delegates assigned to who? The governors, the legislators who are Democrats, the state senators, all this sort of stuff. Various people had these assignments because the idea was that the party could, as a group, help guide the party, and that's where the delegates came from. So we saw that in effect with Clinton versus Sanders in 2016.
Right
now. The Sanders people don't like to hear this, but at no point was Sanders in any ability to even get the non-superdelegate majority, right? Sanders was not winning the primaries, right? Okay, yeah, he said, but he won this says he had this many more votes. That's not how the process works. The delegates that Sanders were getting was statistically less than Clinton, even when you take out the superdelegates, right? And so the result is Sanders lost the delegate. He was not able to get it. But, and here's a case again where you can win by losing. I mean, that's one thing I learned about in hacking a vote is I could lose formally a vote in the legislature and win. Sanders won a great victory in 2016. In particular, a rule change that says superdelegates are not allowed to vote in the first ballot round. So the way it works is a hybrid system where now with primaries and caucuses, the people get selected as delegates, have to then become credentialed. They have to be say, yeah, you're a party member in good standing and blah, 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 blah. And the credential committee has to say, so you got to have the credentialed delegates who then are able to cast votes. And if they get 1,990 or more on the first ballot, they get to be the nominee. But if no one gets 1,990, then super delegates get to vote, and other people get to be nominated. You can have, there's a process in which you could sit there and say, I nominate John Crowley from Mississippi as the Democratic candidate for president, and you get enough people to endorse that, sign it, put that forward. He gets the vote. If he got the majority of the delegates, then Pinlock would be the Democratic nominee, right? Anything can happen, right? In this process, because again, the delegates are there, bound if they're from a primary to their candidate, and then once their candidate doesn't win, they're unbound. Or in the case of the candidate comes up and says, let's say, for example, let's say that Bloomberg doesn't win the majority. Bloomberg can come and say, I declined a nomination and I released my delegates and I asked them to vote for blah, right? They don't have to, but that's sort of like kind of the way it works. So a broker convention becomes multiple rounds of things. They keep voting and voting and voting until someone gets a majority. And that's the process that would happen. Now,
I just don't like that the people that I just don't like the part where the delegates are the ones that are deciding this, because the delegates have been deemed by other delegates that these delegates are worthy of being delegates. So it gets kind of circular, and it can get very cliquey and very against the public good. And it could be just very, like, the delegates can look out for themselves. And me and Nick did that show about Blagojevich. And oh my God, Blago would have loved this. He would have loved something like this going on. Oh, that would have been. He's like, this thing is bleeping golden, and there's 50 rounds of it. Oh,
I have to say, Blagojevich is a schmuck.
Yeah,
a stonking schmuck, right? But
he's a Trumpocrat.
But he's a Democrat.
He said he's a Trumpocrat now.
but that shows you just how lunatic the politics of Illinois is, right? And in fact, remember, Blago was prior to Blago, there were 3 out of 4 governors in jail, former governors in jail, convicted, right? It's kind of this. It's rare. The current governor hasn't been indicted on anything.
Well, he was
and the previous governor is in jail. That's a rare thing for Illinois, unfortunately.
I mean, he's only been there. He's only been there a year and a half. Give him time. And some of the tapes that I played from the FBI wiretaps from Blagojevich, J.B. Pritzker's in the tapes. He's the one who Blago's talking to.
Jesse Jackson Jr. But yes, it's a wacky thing. So back to the thing, but let's talk about this convention thing again. I understand. I sympathize with your position. I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here. So let's say you do the popular vote and no one wins a majority. Who does the party nominate?
We vote again. Maybe take the top 5 and vote again.
So you could have kind of instant runoff, right? Would be some process that's possible, right? But of course that means that you as a Democrat has to come in and vote again, right? But that's possible. What they're saying is okay. Because the question becomes, if somebody gets 40% of the vote, and someone gets 39% of the vote, and someone gets 19% of the vote, who should win? Where's the will of the majority? Well, it depends upon who the 40, the 39, and the 11, right? In my mouth.
Let's do 35, 33, and you know what I'm saying? Like if it was in thirds or something like that. I'm seeing you're saying so
40, 39, and 21, right? Would be something like that. But let's say that what the issue is that the 40 person is over in this position, and the 39 and 21 are in similar but this position, right? And so the people have kind of a tough choice because they see candidate B and C as similar, and A as this other side.
Right, wholly separate.
Who should win if A is 40, B is 39, and C is the rest, right? Would it be what? 20, 21?
21.
So B plus C can get a majority, but A has the most number of votes. So who does the public?
Well, that would kind of make it incumbent on B and C to either find some common ground and work together and say, all right, well, this person's going to run. This is the platform. And this person will probably be part of the cabinet or something like that. But this person will be. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to. So just sorry to interrupt, but we have a number of things happening now. Joe Biden is projected to win Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Alabama. That's 3 more wins,
right?
Yeah. And it looks like Sanders does not appear to be having any more, although Texas is still contested, although we are now getting a number of complaints coming in to the FCC that there has been robocalls spreading misinformation about the election, poll closing dates, wrong polls, wrong locations, and the lines in Texas and California are now projected to be longer than may be sufficient for the necessary voting. So, but at any rate, that's 3 more. He's projected to win right now. He's up to 138, but they haven't tallied all the percentages from those new victories.
The rules in the state of California is if you are in line to vote and the polls close, they will hold it open until you have a chance to vote. If they don't have enough formal ballots for you, you can file a provisional ballot, and then it will be counted later. So if you're in line, you're waiting, there's a long line, it's 10 minutes to closing, don't worry, because you'll be able to vote there. So if you haven't voted yet, get in line, stay there, vote because your vote counts or something. But back to say with stuff. So what is the will of the people if they're divided that way, right? And
at the risk of
for
being
example,
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, at the risk of
Okay.
making like some ad populum argument or might makes right argument, something has to be said for that, for a combination of the message that B and C have and why it's so similar, and maybe that's the way that people want to go. But it can't be. It could not have been as transformative as maybe those groups thought it was if A still has this giant chunk of it.
Yeah.
So and that's the thing when pendulum swing, like I can't imagine that like there was two parts of, let's say, even just the Democratic Party, where the two parts of the party are so diametrically opposed. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like I don't think the lines could even be drawn that way, in a way that B and C shouldn't just work together, or if A wins in that runoff election, B and C are not totally put out by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, let's take an example at the general election. Let's assume you're having for a given state, or you're having national. Let's say you had a national popular vote. You have Trump, Sanders, and Bloomberg, right? Because let's say what happens is let's say Sanders gets the nomination, and Bloomberg doesn't like either of them and says, "I'm going to run as independent."
Okay.
And let's say Trump polls 40% of the vote, and the other 60 get split between Sanders and Bloomberg. Who should be president, given the will of the people?
And that's the danger of third parties in like a predominantly two-party system, is you get the Jill Steins out there screwing it up, getting what did you get?
You get the Ralph Nader's, that sort of guess.
Yeah.
But so there are ways to fix this, right? Because if they're saying we'll have a runoff, right? Example might be they say, well, you pick the top three. I like saying, well, you have a popular vote. The top three vote getters, certified vote getters, then run in a runoff if no one gets 50% plus one. And then
armed combat?
And then if you have a failure of that, then a top two, right?
Martial combat. That is how we will decide things. I've been watching Vikings. I've been watching Vikings on Amazon, and that show is awesome.
That doesn't select for the like smartest or the most competent, just the most brutal.
So the superdelegates were brought into place to try and mitigate the McGovern issue, where the party activists pushed a candidate that was effectively unelectable nationally, right? In terms of, again, losing the greatest landslide, loss in electoral college history. And also popular. I mean, Nixon clobbered it with a landslide. So they put together this let's have the party people help influence it. That didn't do so well for Sanders until the 2016, even though Sanders didn't have a chance of winning majority anyway. So we have this hybrid system now. If Biden comes in with the most votes, but most delegates, but not a majority, then what does the party do? Pick Biden because he got a few more than Sanders, and then what happens if let's and here's a more likely example, is that you might have Biden and Sanders doing well in the delegate counts, but not enough to get to 1,990. And you have people such as Bloomberg and Warren coming in with the remainders and a few other minor stuff. How does you think that the convention goes? Well, one possibility is that Sanders picks up delegates from people who dropped out, and so does Biden. It's possible that Bloomberg sits there and endorses somebody. Now, who do you think Bloomberg would endorse? Biden or Sanders?
Biden.
most likely. Who do you think Warren would endorse? Biden or Sanders?
Sanders.
Possibly, right?
I think she'd make a great VP for Bernie, even though you just accused me of lying on television. Did you just do that? Did you accuse me of lying? I'm like, God, come on now. Of course you did, because you did. And you should be okay with that. And you can still shake somebody's hand even though you disagreed with them during a debate. I thought that was petty. But if she can move past that petty moment, I think her being the VP of the Senate or the president of the Senate would just be Mitch McConnell's just favorite day. Like, I don't know anything Mitch McConnell's looking more forward to than Elizabeth Warren strutting in there with her power suit on and a briefcase full of ideas and plans. He would absolutely loathe it, and I couldn't be happier.
Yeah. I love Mitch McConnell. Oh my God.
So, by the way, you talk about, let's say Warren is a VP candidate. So Warren as senator would give up her seat if she became vice president. And in Massachusetts, what happens when you give up the seat? Charlie Baker, a Republican, appoints her successor until there's a election.
Well, he's a Massachusetts Republican. I mean, they're considered Democrats in every other part of the country,
except when it counts. and imagine now imagine that the Senate is close to a 49-50 tie thing, and Warren wins the nomination and wins the presidency or is vice president.
Yeah. Yep.
Loses the Senate.
That's what happened with Obama too. Obviously,
I was about
we had that discussion.
I was about to say, I thought we were done talking about Blago. Why are you guys bringing it back up again?
Yeah, we forgot. I learned a lot from that one, didn't I?
So I think these are part of the calculations that occur. In terms of the oftentimes, the nominee has to, by rules, pick someone who's not a resident of their state. That the Constitution says you can't have two Vermonters, two Massachusettsers, or whatever the term is, right? Then the other thing, of course, is they look at to say if they are in a state where the Republican governor could pick their successor and damage the party in Congress, they might be passed over for that reason, right? So who knows? I mean, I think the issue is, it's if you ask the way I read in the tea leaves, you might not get any particular candidate winning the absolute majority, 1,990 Democrat delegates. And so the other candidates that are still in the race and the candidates who have left the race will push their candidates towards somebody in return for influence, consideration, speech in prime time, that kind of stuff.
Right.
I think Sanders might, if Warren were to drop out, she might endorse Sanders, maybe, but that's a question, right? Well, we've seen the other candidates having endorsed Biden, right? And you're right. I don't think Bloomberg will win. I don't think Bloomberg would pick. But here's the danger: is that if Bloomberg has enough money and enough chutzpah that he could decide to run as a third party candidate, register in all the states, and try to do a Ross Perot. Or
I've never understood is that what happens when you have lots of money? You're just like, you know what? I lost and no one wants me, but I could still run if I just waste a bunch of money.
If you have more money than you need, right? Then
I would be like, what would I do? I would probably be like, man, I'm going to start this Galapagos tortoise farm or something. I would find something interesting to do with my money. Aside from running as a third-party candidate, what are you doing?
a
But,
space program.
Some people are really quite like public office and public service, and so would see that as a thing to do. But still, yeah, I'm not sure where Bloomberg is on that. I mean, now, of course, the other possibility is that Bloomberg could sit around and say to someone like Biden, let's say Biden is below the 1990, and Bloomberg has enough delegates to push him over the top. Bloomberg might say, pick me as your vice presidential nominee, and I'll sure that my delegates vote for you and you win on the first ballot. Those are theoretical things that could happen, right? Because they would come in, he would be, formally nominated. He would stand up with a speech saying, "I decline a nomination, and thank you very much." And he might say, "Then I endorse Biden and ask my delegates to vote for Biden."
So I have a
that's a possibility.
I have a question from the back of the class.
Sure.
Now, this is stupid, and I understand this. And no, I haven't been smoking weed, even though I did just see White Castle's on air, and I apologize, but I'm starving. What if no one ran for president? Like, people ran for Senate and House, but just no one ran.
Well, what would happen?
And then let's say this was Trump's second term or whatever. So then he couldn't run again. It's just no one.
Okay. Then the line of succession goes to Speaker of the House, right? And Speaker of the House, because if no one is eligible to be president, would be sworn in as president. And then Speaker of the House would typically, the process would be the Speaker of the House would then formally nominate a vice president who would be confirmed by the Senate and then sworn in.
And wasn't there a situation where actually the Speaker of the House technically, and nobody was aware of this, but technically was president very, very briefly when do you know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah.
If you don't know, but it was on.
Yeah, so there's been a case where somebody was because of the process was president for a while, but yeah,
president
or was eligible to serve. I think I would say that they were eligible to serve as president, but didn't.
So
anyway,
now here's an interesting. I've said this. I would vote for Trump under one set of circumstances, and I would do so wholeheartedly. And this is going to sound.
Hold on, let me start. Hold on, let me start recording.
Oh God, here we go. Under the following circumstances, if by doing so, I would give a third party a chance to exceed 2% of the vote, although it's not just 2% of the vote. What they really use 2% of the delegates from the Electoral College. But if I could allow for a third party candidate to get that by voting for Trump, I would do it. Really need it, I think, as a third party, because right now, if you're gay in this country, you don't have a lot of options. You can be a Republican, but it's really not easy. They make it hard, and I think they do that deliberately. And the Dems know that, so the Dems don't actually. The Dems can just pay lip service to any kind of agenda that they may be interested in, because where are they going to go? There's no.
Yeah.
The most stable system, in my view, would necessarily have to be a third party that keeps the other two reasonably honest. That's why we have three branches of government, and we can't get a third party until at least a nationally recognized third party that is automatically on the ballot, qualifies for funding and all this other stuff. We can't do that until a party breaches 2% of the Electoral College, and Perot tried, but failed. He came close. I think he got 1.6% of the national vote, but he didn't get any of the Electoral College. So I would vote for Trump and I would even give him another term if it gave us a third party, because I think that's what's going to fix the system.
Well, I mean, there are people who are upset about the 2016 primary and decided to vote for Trump because, well, that would teach people a lesson, right? Let's teach people a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Don't underestimate the power of the presidency. Don't underestimate the influence they have long term. Right? Let me say that if you're a woman and you're worried about your ability to control your body, you are the majority in this country. And if you don't take into account what various people running for office might do to you, you're going to be in for potentially a big disappointment.
I almost made a joke about his wife.
Voting.
Oh, I almost made a joke about his wife, but that's not nice. That's not nice.
But I understand so I think where we're, what the questions to consider for this Super Tuesday is, how well does Biden and Sanders do as far as projected delegates, and does that create more of a momentum for either candidate being likely to cross the 1990 threshold? And if not, what do the other candidates do in terms of their delegates and their influence? And what will supporters of the N-1 candidates that don't get the nomination do?
I mean, I'm not going to be a spoil sport and throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, if Biden gets it, then Biden gets it. And I need to be a good team player and just go ahead and let's get this thing on done. I think Hillary was just so visceral, and just like a lot of people didn't like her for a lot of different reasons. So that was kind of one of the tougher pills to swallow for enough people where she lost.
Yeah. Well, what if Bloomberg became the nominee?
No, this is gonna suck. Oh, I will vote for him, but I'm be complaining the whole time. The whole time I'm just griping. I'm gonna come out with Mikey Famine branded. It's gonna be Mikey Famine branded. It's gonna be a clothesline pin that you can put over your nose for when you go into the voting booth.
So I mean, the likelihood of him winning on the first ballot is very small. But if you got a broker convention,
yeah,
I mean, it's possible that the person that wins on the second or the nth round is not even a candidate running right now.
It could be you, Landon.
Understand? I think I would pull out the Lyndon Johnson if nominated, I will not run. If selected, I will not serve. I probably I'm guessing, but I don't know. On the other hand, it would be nice to be in the office, because I would create a special cabinet position called historian. I'd bring historians in and would clean up a bunch of stuff.
See, there it is. I would Landon 2020, y'all.
I would put Trump's presidential portrait in a special spot in the White House, and you get to decide what that special spot might be.
Yeah, we know where the toilet is. It's right. It's the second door on the left. Yeah.
That would be kind of obvious, but there's other spots that are, it's what do you say?
15 feet under the front yard, the septic tank. It's right there. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have to call Brutus and them, and Brutus has the backhoe.
So
and that's the only way to
really. So here's a question: you become president, and you have a choice of which portraits hang of former presidents hang in the Oval Office. Who do you pick?
Okay. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is put Nick in jail. He does not. He does not laugh at. He does not laugh at enough of my jokes. He does not laugh.
Have you heard of due process? Have you heard of writ of habeas corpus? Have you heard of the Constitution?
Yes,
have you heard of the Patriot Act?
They've got a Supreme Court that doesn't care about them, so you're screwed.
Yeah, Patriot Act.
But we're asking.
I saw
you're president, and you get to decide which portraits are in the Oval Office. Let's say pick 3, right, or 4. You get four portraits in the Oval Office. Which presidents
It'll be the portrait of me behind bars. That's how he's going to answer that one, Landon. You're not going to get around this. He's going to answer it his way.
You got 4 presidents, and he's not been president yet. So
okay. So I can't pick me. I can't be one of
No,
them.
because your
I want
portrait
one to
hasn't
be
been
me.
made yet. Yeah,
I'll
your
wait.
portrait
I'll
hasn't
leave. I'll
been made
leave
yet,
one.
Oh, hey,
One's
yeah.
empty. One's empty, and it's just waiting for my picture. One's Obama.
What would be funny if? Okay, so Obama. Okay. Who's number?
I want
who's number
Teddy.
two?
I want Teddy.
Teddy
in there.
Roosevelt. Okay.
Yeah.
Good choice.
And does it have to be a president that goes up there? That's the game.
These are
Right.
the presidential
American
portrait
president,
plots.
Mikey, you can pick any president you want to. He just said president.
Oh yeah, Mandela. Let's go.
Now there are other portraits in halls around there, but for the Oval Office there are 4 presidents, right? That are there. So your 4
Yeah,
presidents.
the 4. Yeah, the 4 that you get.
So you picked. You said Obama,
Me.
Teddy Roosevelt. Got 2 more.
I don't know who I would like. I know everyone's gonna like analyze my answer like, oh, he thinks this. So I'm just like, oh, what's safe? What would I like? I'm not huge on portraits either, so I wouldn't even know who to put up. So I guess
You're not talking about that. You're more talking about the character, right? So
yeah. Andrew Jackson was cool to me. I did a couple reports on him in school. I guess Lincoln. We'll put Lincoln in there. Come on,
okay, Lincoln number 3.
Link's coming off the bench, and then JFK.
Okay. So Nick, you turned off your light there, but who are your 4 portraits? Is he still there? Maybe he
can hear us.
Well, I'll tell you. So
yeah, go for yours.
I would also be inclined to put a Teddy Roosevelt there. I would pick Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, that is a good
and the reason why I would pick Carter is because of who he became after president, right? A third one would probably be FDR, Franklin Roosevelt. So Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, right? 2 interesting characters and family, but same family tree, but
they're cousins, right?
Yes. So that Carter, and of course I'm going to sit there and say, because I'm trying to get not a recent president, but Carter's kind of recent. So if you said they can't be alive, right? And so Carter's still alive, I'd have to pick somebody else.
He's building a house right now. He's building a house somewhere he's got a nail gun and some knee pads on. That guy is a beast.
He's a nice man. Nice man.
Yeah.
So you say, okay, they can't be living alive. So we got the 2 Roosevelts. I would be. See, I'm tempted, but not by Jefferson. Jackson, no. I know too much about that guy. He's too much of a wacko populist, right? But I would be tempted by Jefferson because of sort of his intellectual pursuits, so forth. And number 4.
You got
number four. I mean, Truman is also someone I would consider as an interesting character. Again, you're picking the portraits because the assumption is, and the way it is in the Oval Office, is that you're there in the chair and you see the other presidents, former presidents, looking at you, and you're supposed to be inspired by them. Now, I have no idea who Trump has picked. It's even possible that Trump has picked Trump. That's what it is. But
Donald,
I have no
he's
idea.
got Donald Trump and Sylvester the cat, probably Yosemite Sam, Manila the gorilla. Like he's got no one of import.
I mean, or
Reagan. He's probably got 4 Reagans up there. He thinks he's.
I would have to think. I'm not sure that Truman. I mean, and there's some aspects of Truman that are interesting, but I would think maybe I'd like to pick someone a bit farther back. And say I'm not Lincoln, because of some of the things he did to the Constitution, while a great president, I think, and he's got the end of the Capitol Mall, so I say he's got enough stuff, right? So
Yeah.
that's why I say the same, like he wouldn't put Washington out there, even though an amazing person. So I don't know. Let's see. So by the way, I am picking up, I don't know if Nick is around, but I'm getting some inside information that suggests that Bloomberg might be exiting the race tomorrow.
Nice.
It also looks like Biden is winning in Minnesota, and that would be an upset if that holds, where kind of Klobuchar coming out and beating Bernie in Minnesota. That would be bad for Bernie.
Dr. Zaya says he's got a picture of Bill Pullman from Independence Day. Just giving that speech. I could believe it.
But I have to think a bit more about that. So I would probably start off with and then maybe by the time if Carter were not alive, I'd pick Carter, but otherwise I'd pick the two Roosevelts, and then think about the others. But let's see, what does a chat room think?
They had much the same. A lot of JFKs, a lot of Teddys, a lot of FDRs. Brigwin says something funny. Freaking Bloomberg is projected to win American Samoa. How? I don't know.
I doubt he visited there, but he sent somebody in that spot. I guess the question becomes, but again, this is kind of from some of my inside people doing some of the that are working on some of the coverage stuff. They're suggesting that Bloomberg might actually pull out of the race.
Well, he should. That'd be the honorable thing. Or you know what? I answered your question completely wrong. I should probably pick the 4 worst presidents and have them look at me so
okay.
I know exactly
which portrait would you put in the presidential commode?
So in the commode, I see. Put them in. What are the bog presidents? I think literally I would just need one, and it would just be Trump. Like that's all I would need for me. It's the just the antithesis of what the position is meant for. Just nothing but personal enrichment and narcissism distilled in the light buttering of racism on top. Just the worst.
Sure. But let's say we're restricting ourselves to non-living presidents, right? I would put Harding. I would probably pick Hayes. I would put I certainly would have to also, I mean, I'm not a so Hayes, Harding, by the way, I think on my portraits, I think I would put Lyndon Johnson. LBJ, LBJ, FDR, Teddy Roosevelt, and JFK. How about that?
So you're going to put LeBron James, and
but back and say so of the portraits, Harding, and let's say the Hayes. That's all the Hayes Tilden debacle stuff and that sort of thing. His fraudulency, right? I put him in there. I'd also be tempted to put Jackson in that list. I'm not a fan of Jackson, right? I think he did a lot of damage, and
President
he
Michael
does not
Jackson.
deserve to be $3 bill. I'm not a. Of course, if Trump were alive, he'd definitely go in that set, right? Because I think and Nixon, right? You got to put Nixon in the bottom of the deep hole, right? So how about this? Nixon, Ford, Hayes, and Harding. Why Ford? Because Ford pardoned Nixon, and Nixon should have gone to jail. We should have taught mental presidents a lesson saying, if you slow out the law, you're going to jail. Ford pardoned him. So Ford observes to be right next to Nixon, right on this side of the commode. And that side of the commode for historians, you have Hayes and you have Harding.
And there's no need to put glass on those framed pictures because I might run out of a bog roll and I might need it. I might need it.
Yeah. Now, as I say, some people put, again, we're talking about the bottom of the barrel. I am fairly confident that historians far from now will not put Trump anywhere but in like the bottom 5, bottom 10 presidents. I think Trump is not going to fare well historically.
Kimmo Maki has a comment here.
Yes.
Hold on. It says Trump worse than Nixon. I don't buy it, Mikey. Well, I don't remember a lot about Nixon because I wasn't alive yet. So everything's kind of skewed by your own kind of personal lens of things. So for me, this is the worst I've seen.
The rule I was having was non-living presidents, right? So Trump is still alive. Now, if Trump is no longer alive when I'm making a selection, then definitely Trump goes up on that list. I would probably pick at that point Trump, Nixon, Harding, and Hayes.
Well, the fact, I mean, you're just doing it like you're just being prepared. You're just putting it up early. Not saying that he's going to die tomorrow, but he'll die eventually. So then he can go up.
You can put him in front of the toilet room, getting ready to go inside, right? That could be.
There's this, it's like breakaway pants where it's like breakaway pants. I got like a picture of Trump just right behind it, just in case. So it's like, all right, Nixon, you're up here for now. But if anybody, I don't know, underneath this picture,
Hoover.
Hoover. I'm not.
So that's about Hoover. So Hoover is an interesting choice too, for the toilet room. I mean, he did a lot of really damaging stuff. So I think you don't want just all the clowns and buffoons. So maybe what I would do is I would replace Hayes with Hoover. Now, another president I'm not fond of is Grant. So Jackson and Grant are not my favorites for presidents. Hoover's certainly not in my good list of dead presidents. And Nixon, of course, is near the bottom. But it's hard when you're doing relative, comparative morality or so forth. Who is worse so far, Nixon or Trump? It's really hard to do that objective comparison. It's really quite subjective.
No, sorry, Riley. No prime ministers. That goes against the rules.
No prime ministers. Yes, of course. By the way, if you talk about prime ministers, some people like that, but Pierre Trudeau is one of my least favorite Canadian prime ministers, and in part because of what he did, in my opinion, to the rule of law during the Troubled Times. I am not the current Trudeau. I'm talking about Pierre, right? What he did to the rule of law when you had the terrorist thing was amongst other things are there. So he's not my favorite Canadian prime minister. So yes, I can see. I got some things there. By the way, again, for the Blame Canada thing, I'm you can blame this bottle of 50th Parallel Estate. It's an Okanagan Valley BC wine, Gewürztraminer, quite tasty. And we have to and the rule I'm told from Nick is you have to blame Canadians for problems. So Nick is not on right now.
I'm with
You
that.
can't hear him in part. And the rule is you're supposed to blame Canadians, and this is the closest Canadian we have to that.
I mean, he's in Boston. He's outside of Boston, so he's clearly the closest to Canada, thus making him Canadian by proxy. So it's Nick's fault. It's clearly Nick's fault. And since I have your sommelier, since I have your sommelier ear for a second, you got any good suggestions for sangria?
Sangria. So you're doing a sangria thing. So I would, for example, with a sangria, I would pick a fruit forward wine that is not very expensive, because if you're going to be doing it with spicing and so forth for that sort of stuff, I would pick a really strong fruit forward wine for that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Nixon did, even if he was never a crook or stuff. That there's a lot of bad things that Nixon did that still would put him into the bottom of the barrel. But presidents are bad for things. So Nick, are you still there?
I am. Thank you. Sorry, I had to go briefly. I am back.
Okay.
Hopefully less choppy, but who knows?
So there was I got some breaking inside information that Bloomberg may be considering dropping out of the race tomorrow.
Really?
So I'm getting more stuff from there, but you might have heard it first on End Time if it happens. He's considering
all right. So
he's going to reassess his campaign tomorrow. Language is phase, but it wouldn't surprise me he drops out. Now, saying delegates, Biden has 257 and Sanders 152 is my numbers I'm giving.
I've got Biden 150, Sanders 102.
In terms of what they're.
What were yours again?
Biden 257, Sanders 152.
All right, so yours is either updated ahead. Let me refresh. Maybe I thought mine was refreshing on auto, but it may be.
Also,
no, I think yours.
Any projecting on that. So that's one of the other things is too is that So what I'm hearing is that Bloomberg is going to assess his campaign and make a statement about his campaign tomorrow. And also that he's being very vague as for what that means, right? So take it for his word. So anyway, Nick, the thing is, you are president. You become president. In the Oval Office, there are 4 spots for presidential portraits to be placed. You're not allowed to pick a former president.
This is what again he's been hanging with us enough that he's going to. Okay, yes.
Who are the 4 presidents you put up in the Oval Office? And the toilet on the side, who are the 4 portraits you put in the toilet room?
Okay.
No living presidents.
No living president. Well, I wasn't actually going to put the obvious choice in the toilet because
you're not allowed to shoot someone who's living and then for their portrait.
Yeah, I would.
I'm gonna portraitize you.
So so for the 4, I think I can pick living presidents. Obama.
No living
Lincoln.
presidents.
None. When did that rule come up?
We changed it while you were gone.
Yeah.
FDR.
Okay.
Let's see who else.
The chat room can vote too. So.
Oh, I do want to see. I want to see if there's any advice from the chat room because I'm having a hard time getting past 2.
FDR.
You can't pick me. You can't pick me. Landon made that rule too.
And Landon, like, oh. All right, hold on. Why is? Yeah, I'm still out of the.
I don't understand.
Jesus.
You're putting up these. You're putting up these presidents to give you inspiration when you're sitting in the desk having to make those hard decisions. So you've got
Yeah. So Lincoln, Lincoln and Obama are two. Or sorry, no, Lincoln, Obama, FDR. Oh, I can't do Obama because you had said yeah. Let me. You know what?
David McGuinness, who was a Canadian, has some interesting comments.
Oh, he's got some good. Okay. Let me. Oh no, I can't pick him because he's alive. Wow.
Pick Taft. By the way,
you're making this hard.
Do you happen to know, Dr. Zayas, the campaign song that Taft used?
I don't. Although that sounds like that was actually something.
So you
I should know because I think there was something. There was something about that. I don't know who.
Lincoln.
No, I don't know what the campaigns.
Some other presidents that are significant you think that have done stuff. And again, you can scroll to the chat room as well. I can give you some hints, some suggestions to consider.
Oh, I would love to. I would love some suggestions.
Presidents after FDR.
Oh, I said FDR.
After who became president afterwards?
Presidents after. I thought you said Taft or FDR.
Yeah. Mine Onion has a good set. I think David has an interesting set. I'm gonna give you. Want to give you some names to consider?
Give me some names. Somebody help me out.
Washington.
I shall return, Mr. Bull. Can you put me away for a second? I have to run to the bog. Be right back.
What about Kennedy? What about Johnson? What about Teddy Roosevelt?
Yes.
What about
Kennedy? Definitely. And Teddy Roosevelt, I sort of was thinking anyway, but Kennedy, I would absolutely agree with. And I will admit that Kennedy is I think somewhat overrated, but I think his handling of the Cuban Missile Crisis was yeah.
Which is why I would
Yeah.
look for another older president to not do Kennedy on that basis, but
and then Johnson's highly underrated.
Yes,
LBJ did much better, but he's only really known for Watergate. I will say this: I have zero doubt in my mind he had foreknowledge of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. No doubt.
I think so too. But I would have Johnson up in my office because when I had senators and congressmen in there argue over stuff, I'd point to that guy and say, if you were here, you would not say anything.
No, that's true. And he was a legit badass. I mean, you did not fuck with him.
Yes. So that's where. So okay. Now for the toilet.
Okay. That's a tough one.
Toilet room.
It would have been. Yeah. Oh God, who was?
Someone who's about to be impeached for various.
Is about or was? I mean, there was.
He was impeached or about to be impeached, but it wasn't.
Well, Nixon. I think Nixon did a really quite a good job up until then. He's another highly underrated president. Yeah. I think. Do you disagree?
Because I put Nixon in the toilet for reasons not dealing with Watergate, but that's a different story.
Okay. I think you and I may have had this discussion a while back, but please continue.
Yeah.
So Nixon, why would you put Nixon?
Because he embodies the imperial presidency He embodies I think the thing that they did not want the president to be, which is it's my way or else. He embodies anything I do is good, therefore what I do is good, and anything goes sort of
So
that. I mean, I
that
think it's
is
sort of
true.
his abuse of the oath of office, even before you had. I mean, even as I mean, he was a schmuck even as vice president. I mean, as member of Congress and the stuff he did. So, but so other and people typically pick Warren Harding.
Grant is actually, to tell you the truth, Grant is actually one of my favorites. But not for reasons that probably are. I like Grant because he was the embodiment of somebody who really couldn't function in life, couldn't function except in a crisis. And in a crisis, he just blossomed. And in a crisis, all of a sudden, he could. And there's a lot of there's a significant amount of mental illness in leaders. Lincoln
Yes.
Lincoln was found to be we think Lincoln was depressed. The term the black dog, which is a term for depression, was coined by one of the world's greatest leaders. We don't think of them in the U.S. too much because we don't think of leaders outside of our own. But Winston Churchill, when he got the Nobel Prize in literature,
an amazing scholar and amazing author, right? As well.
Yep, massive depression, just crippling depression, and Ulysses S. Grant strikes me as roughly the same way. And there are a lot of people who are depressed who, and I have a story this was for a story that we haven't done yet, but we did a draft of it, but we're going to have to redo a story that we're going to cover on In Time about mental illness. But there was an interesting. I knew a psychiatrist, and he had talked about when he was working in a mental hospital in Massachusetts and closed with a whole round of closures. Well, they didn't know if it was going to be. There were a whole bunch that were going to be closed, and an inspector was going around to figure out which ones were the least efficient, and they would close like the bottom 5. And they would have meetings about how to deal with it when he showed up and how to put their best foot forward, an action plan, and they had a code that used when he came in so everybody would know. And they'd have these meetings in the basement by all the comatose patients, because that way nobody would know it. They had to have it somewhere. They didn't have room to have it anywhere else. So there's one guy been comatose for 10 years. They're having it by him. Well, everybody thought that this guy was going to come in, the inspector was going to come in through the front door. He actually came in through the back, and it went right by this comatose patient desk, or sorry, where his bed. And the inspector starts going around, and nobody knows because he came in through the back door. And then all of a sudden, the comatose patient shows up on the 3rd floor and says, "The inspector's here, the inspector's here," and then collapses. Now, people think that mental illness, maybe some faked or this or that, and there's forgeries in it just like in anything else. But it's because of a lack of understanding of how it works and how things like this can happen. In a crisis, mind can snap people into functioning again, and there are evolutionary reasons why we can do this. But I don't know, I find something fascinating about people who, the genius who cannot function, can barely put the sneakers on until the world goes to hell in a handbasket, and they are poof on it. Yeah. Ulysses S. Grant was that, and he was also an alcoholic. He actually wasn't an alcoholic; he was a drunk. Big difference. And
so yeah, Grant might also be on my toilet set because of what he did to various Native Americans. Similar thing with Jackson. But
that's
I understand. It is, but you also give a good point as to why I might not put Grant in there. Jackson's a person I am not a fan of.
Neither. Yeah, no.
And so I would consider Reagan, has been pointed out in the chat room, might also be worthy of that. Nixon,
he was
Ford,
another one. Yeah.
Deserve to be, side by side on the toilet there. And maybe it's a Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Harding. I don't know, but I want to mix it up because like Nixon and Ford kind of like they're indicted co-conspirators, right? So I'd want from the Nixon era, and I'd pick Nixon, right? Reagan is certainly tempting as well. Not a fan of him and his ilk, but we've had worse presidents, I think, than Reagan, and
Yeah.
there's some bad actors back in the former days. So anyway, so we need other things for the going on.
But what are our, before we go
Okay.
any further, is there any change in our pledged delegate count or the estimates? If that's what we've got, I think your numbers seem to be a little more along than mine.
I haven't seen an update yet on that.
All right.
But that's a different source, and they have a different method for counting stuff. So
I'm just on the New York Times site.
What are they saying?
I'll just go down the list. I mean, it's relatively short. Alabama goes to Biden, 52 delegates. Arkansas to Biden, 31 delegates. North Carolina to Biden, 110 delegates. Or is that total? Or is that what he got?
It's interesting.
No, I think that's total. I don't think they've divvied those up, because what I've got is, so for Alabama, he got 17 out of the 52 so far that
Let's see if they have
been allocated.
For that.
So
okay,
so
well, then I'll just skip that. I won't. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I was finish up the list, but I'll leave that off because that's total delegates, obviously. Then, Oklahoma, Biden won that. Tennessee, Biden wins. Virginia, Biden wins. Minnesota, he is up 6.2%. Massachusetts, he's up 7.7%. Colorado, Bernie won. Vermont, Bernie won. Maine, he's 0.6% ahead. And Texas, he's 6.1 ahead. That's Bernie. We're still waiting on California.
In the case of Massachusetts, that in the vote so far, Warren is trailing, and it's her state.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, and
healthcare.
she's the senator of Massachusetts. That's a pretty bad sign if she can't.
So you might.
I
wonder if that's going to be something that she will, consider or impact her ability to consider running. She can't win in her own state.
Well, somebody said this, and I thought this was interesting. Well, hold on, because I want to get your guys' opinion on this, because this dovetails a bit with what you said earlier, which is that Warren is actually staying in as a partner to the party. She could bail. She knows now that she's not going to be able to catch up to Biden, but she's siphoning votes off. So she is, the party doesn't want Bernie to win, wants Biden to win, and so the deal is that just in the same way that Klobuchar and Buttigieg have left in order to curry favor with Biden, she's staying in to curry favor with him.
Yeah. So Politico is showing 245 Biden, 130 Sanders.
All right. I trust them more, although, like I said, normally
Tuesday. Now it's interesting that there's reports that say that the Biden campaign is predicting an upset in Texas, but that actually is true. We're also getting is that Buttigieg is going to sort of his campaign fundraisers and asking them to shift their pledged contributions over to Biden. So who they're calling as far as getting the most number of votes may not necessarily turn into the most number of delegates, but Biden is certainly the biggest vote getter so far in Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Virginia. And he seems to be leading in Massachusetts and Maine. Sanders seems to be winning in Colorado and Vermont, again, in terms of most number of votes, and leading in Texas and Utah. But again, that's not for certain. So it looks like so far in Super Tuesday delegate count, Biden has picked up 245 delegates, Sanders 130, Bloomberg 18, Warren 9, and Gabbard 1.
Yeah, 9 on my count too. So Warren isn't going anywhere. It looks like the only two winners in this one are going to be Biden and Sanders. And it looks like, I mean, Biden's now ahead by, let's see, on those numbers, almost 2-1 so far.
Yeah, because you're talking about, and again, if we look at why would we call Alabama for Biden, because he's got 62% of the vote, but again, that's only with 40% precincts reporting. Sanders being second is at 16%. Virginia, Biden's at 53% of the vote, with Sanders at 23%, and they're basically all reporting, right? Tennessee, 83% of the vote. Biden's at 41% of votes and 24% for Sanders. North Carolina, Biden. So again, Biden's leading by huge margins in Alabama, Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Minnesota, Arkansas. Sanders won Vermont, but only by 51.2%. So Sanders in his own state only got a little bit more than half.
Okay, yeah, that's not something to be proud of.
And this is with 87% of the vote reporting. So
it also matters. I mean, you got to be a little careful. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the poorer districts tend to give their reports later because they don't have the more modern machines. They don't have. It takes longer and they tend to have longer lines. A whole bunch of other reasons. So they tend to report. So Sanders tends to do well in those areas, and those are the ones that are going to be reporting last.
Okay,
so
but
you're going to see a surge at the end.
But let's look at this. 87% of the precincts have voted and reported in Vermont. So if the remaining 23 were to go to Sanders, okay, he'd pick up more. But currently he's at 51%. Colorado, but there's only 37% of the precincts reporting. He's at 36% and Biden at 21%. Now in play, with half the precincts reported in Maine, Biden's got 34% and Sanders 33%. So that's really too early too close to call. Massachusetts, and here again, 46%, so almost half. Biden has 34%, Sanders 27%, Bloomberg 11%, Warren only 20%. Gabbard 1%. So it's interesting to see that Warren is that far behind rather than pulling ahead. Utah, again, too early to tell because it's only 33%, but Sanders is ahead. And Texas, Sanders ahead, but they only have 11%. And California is not going to close for another 25 minutes. So I think it's interesting that Bloomberg is only getting 18 of the delegates that have been awarded or likely to be awarded right now. Right, we have so far 412 delegates have been awarded. There's another 941 to be awarded. So there's a whole bunch that hasn't come in yet that could change the thing. Because right now it looks like, Biden is going to win in 7 states. Sanders is going to win in 2 states. as we can say so far, but we have another 5 states to go. And the big one, Texas and California, haven't really come in yet. So we don't know, because again, it's the number of delegates that matters. That being said,
Yep.
If you come back to the set, Biden has picked up a significant portion of the new, because Biden has picked up a significant portion of those delegates that have come in. So he's got to be pleased at how well he's doing.
So do they split the delegates
has about
based on
60%.
percentage?
Yeah, so different states have different rules, right? Some states will say it's just the outright majority
Winner
on the state gives you proportionally the number. So if your state has 100 delegates, you round candidates to percentages. Other states will do something where you say, first of all, you've got to get 10% of the vote, or you don't get any at all. And so the people who don't get 10% don't get nothing, and everyone who else gets some proportional split. Other states will say this. They'll say, okay, half the delegates are awarded by who wins over the entire state. The other half are by congressional district. So let's say your state happens to have 10 congressional districts. It says, well, you get 20 delegates if you get the most in the state, and if you win a congressional district, you get additional delegate. You see how what they're trying to do with a state is to say you got to win overall to get the bulk, but you also got to win in each region. That's kind of an interesting sort of hybrid. So there's all kinds of different rules, and so when you talk about the delegate counts, you have to know where the winning and what the rules are.
So let me ask this. So let's talk about what are like the two most likely, one of the two most likely in this case, which is the first, looking Biden's going to come out of this a big winner. So if Biden comes out a winner, what is your mission? If you're Biden, if you're Sanders, what are you going to try to do at this point? And would Trump have preference for his reelection, who he'd want to win? And what happens if Sanders somehow? I mean, I don't see him unless he pulls like a major upset in Texas and then really pulls out something in California. I don't see him catching up. So let's assume what does this mean if you're Sanders? So what does this mean for each group of people under each circumstance?
Well, give me your first question, right? So you're
Biden. You've come out of this. What do you do? How do you capitalize on this momentum? You're Sanders. You've just lost to Biden. How do you regain the momentum? And then if you're the other candidates, what do you do? What is Trump doing?
Let's pick one at a time. So if you are Biden and you're going to do as well as we think he does, and that carries through with Texas and California, those are big ifs. Then what you do is have your team sit down with Bloomberg's team and say, how can you help? Can you help put us over the top? Can you do something like that? I think the other thing is you look at Warren and say, you try to, from the inside of Warren's team, you try to sit there and say, anti-Bernie stuff, come over to us. And if you have, and by the way, you have your team talk to their team, and you say to Warren, okay, we'd love to have you in the Senate as a Senate leader, but are there people in your campaign who you can ask to join our campaign, right? You get saying, you're running in other states, like in New York, in Florida, those are places, and say, so you're invited to say, can you help our teams come forward, right? Now, if you're Sanders, what do? Well, I think with Sanders, you try to go to Warren's team and say, can you bury the hatchet? And I'm the only progressive. Can you throw my support and power the race and help us?
Yeah,
All right,
Elizabeth, come
so
on.
and now so that gives everyone who stuck around a bit sensibly a little more power. How does Trump if it's Biden?
Well, the Trump team has an interesting political tactic. It doesn't have to be true. So what you start off doing,
I take most of what Trump assumes as fact and his reality as not being true. But please continue.
Or he doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
In reality, the facts are something he negotiates with, and so what you do with Trump is you. I'm serious. I don't mean to be mean, but he negotiates with facts, right? And so what you do with Trump, is you start off by belittling the person, right? You start off by calling names, by insulting the person, and then by insulting the character, including women, children, friends. I mean, you start doing that smear. Yeah, you do the smear campaign, because if you repeat it 3 times, you do the global sort of thing. You say it 3 times authoritatively, people will believe you. And so it doesn't matter who the Democrats put forward. Trump is going to start with name calling and then insult stuff. I mean, Trump is capable of going to Biden and saying, "You killed your son. You let your wife die in the car crash. You suck."
Now, Landon, there's the ultimate comeback to that I don't know that you were aware of. Your mama. That's all he's got to say back to him.
I have to say that there's a race that we should be paying attention to in the U.S. Senate nomination in Alabama. Jeff Sessions, remember, Attorney General? Is trying to come back, and right now, Durable is at 35%. Sessions at 31%, and Bryan is at 23%. So 44% of the precincts are reporting, and looks like Sessions is behind a bit. In the fight for the for the Senate in so that's a Republican thing. In the case of the U.S. Senate in North Carolina, it looks like Cal Cunningham is likely to win the nomination there. So they were trying, the Republicans in this were trying to get people to cross over and support. But
it looks like Biden's going to win Minnesota. Sorry to cut you off. Biden, I think, is going to win Minnesota, and that leaves, I believe, 5 states too close to. Biden is ahead in 2, Sanders in 3. Please continue.
Yeah. So that's one of the things that you look for, in other down races to give you an indication of what's happening. So in Texas, the U.S. Senate, there's only a few percentages there, but that's one of the things to watch is who the Democrats nominate in the Senate. There's a special election for the 25th open seat in the 25th district in California, and but that's going to be, the polls haven't closed yet, so that's something to watch. There's also another replacing Duncan Hunter, which is the 50th district in California. There is a U.S. House district in Texas that is up, and there's also a Bush. There's another Bush. Talk about dynasties, right? Who is trying to run for Congress in the 22nd district in Texas. And right now, with 80% of the votes coming in, Pierce Bush has only 14%. So it looks like Pierce Bush is not carrying the Bush legacy into the in this situation.
Oh no! Whatever will we do? Pick anyone else is what we'll do. No more Bushes, no more Clintons, no more nothing.
Yeah, no more dynasties. Bernie has won Utah, it looks like.
Yes,
you know what?
actually expected. But again, that's only with 35% of the vote reporting. But it looks like, given the trends, and again, these are people that they're looking at where those are coming in and how the polling is done and doing some modifications. So.
Yep. Yeah, and going based on what they know of the remaining districts or precincts that are most likely. Dr. Zaya said in the live chat, he's carrying on Jeb's legacy.
Yeah. Yes. Well said, chat. Well said. So in Maine, it looks like with 50% of the precincts reporting that both Biden and Sanders are running neck and neck. They're within like 1% of each other, and the assumption was that Sanders should do better in Maine than Biden. But we'll have to see.
Yeah,
again, in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts Biden is doing better than Sanders, but Warren is doing poor in her own state. I don't know if that's because Warren didn't think she needed to put that much effort into it, or that Warren is not liked in her state, or I don't know.
If she loses Massachusetts, is she basically out at this point?
It's hard for her to claim that she's got any momentum in that case, because if we look at the delegate count, right, Warren only has 9. Because right now the estimated delegate count is Biden 248, Sanders 133, Bloomberg 19, Warren 9, Gabbard 1.
Oh, I think the numbers I was using is just for today. Okay, it's not the total.
These are super delegates. These are delegates for super delegate, Super Tuesday delegates, right? So we have.
Oh, okay.
We have 410 that have been awarded so far, and Biden has picked up 60% of the awarded delegates in Super Tuesday. Sanders has picked up 32%. So unless there's some surprise that's happening in California and Texas only had 25% of the precincts reporting. So unless Texas and California has some surprise for Bloomberg Warren, then that's it does not look good for them arguing the viability of their campaign. Now, Tulsi Gabbard. Sorry, Galen. That political coward chose to abstain on articles of impeachment in the House.
Oh,
she chose
to
pretend. The lady chose to pretend to be like, I'm going to be above this all, so forth. I respect those who voted no, those who voted yes for various reasons. But to abstain, to pretend like you're somehow there, no, sorry, lady. You need to go down to defeat, and you need to go down to defeat in your next election, because I want to come up to you when you are unemployed and say that's why, right? So I'm hoping that Gabbard does not pick up more than 1% of the vote. That's my thing. Maybe 2.
Can you think of any scenario where voting present would be acceptable?
Oh, yes.
In that case.
Absolutely. I mean, no, in the case of impeachment or in voting present? Because as in public office, there are times where I voted present.
Right, but I'm saying when you're voting on whether or not to impeach a president, is present ever the right answer?
It probably
or
not.
can you imagine something that would be, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't. I mean, that's not a sit on the fence issue.
Yeah,
no, again, it's not. It's one of the few. I mean, there are things as an elected official. There are times where you are in office to make the hard decision.
Correct. That's why
impeachment and trials are hard decisions that you need to look at the evidence and come up to a solution. I mean, similar thing, although I was never at the national level, but at the local level, I voted for impeachment and I voted for conviction, and the bitch was removed from office, right? And it's one of those cases where I had the authority and the ability to carry it out, right? And gone. And I have opinions about that in particular. But be that as it may, it's similar. I think similarly, if you were in Congress, article declaration of war is another thing. Sit there and say,
Yeah.
I want to be above it all, right? No, there are times where you go to Washington and you are supposed to make the decision, right? Now, there are times where you can vote abstain for various reasons on stuff, but on the big issues, Tulsi Gabbard was either a political opportunist or a political coward or both or something else I don't understand, right? But I hope I hope she doesn't get more than 1% or 2%. I hope she loses re-election, because I will find a time to get in front of her and say, I mean, similar thing, because again, it's the political coward when you have the opportunity to perform, you don't. That's why I told Ford, you lied to Congress and you pardoned Nixon as a quid pro quo. You lied. Right.
Well, for anyone who wants to hear more, because this is a really good story. Landon's got the whole story. Anybody who wants to hear it all, this was covered on time, and we did the whole thing with Landon. It's his in process, everything. So please, it's the impeachment with Landon Noll. It's in our archives. Check it out.
I'm grabbing
and
the
of course,
link.
we have the show tomorrow. The impeachment show
Jen, you're going to be on the show tomorrow.
Talk about the results at that particular impeachment and some of the. And by the way, you might sit there and say, "Well, what's there to talk about impeachment? He didn't get impeached." Well, he was impeached. He didn't get convicted. And what does that mean? And we're going to talk about things like lawyer stuff and truth and judicial processes and non-judicial processes and all kinds of stuff. So it'll be a good fun time. Biden continues to lead in Maine and Massachusetts, although they're about half there. Sanders is a little bit ahead in Texas, but there's only like 28% reporting, so we don't know.
Yeah, wait, come on, Texas. Some of us have been at work all day.
Yeah.
This is why time zones are stupid. Throwing that out there too.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Make me wait.
All right. Well, we're hold on 1 second here. So we're coming up. We got about 15 minutes before it closes in California. If it's really close, we're not going to know anything right away. But hopefully, somebody can offer some reliable projections. So now, you're Trump. Would you rather be facing Sanders or Biden? Or do you care? I don't think he cares, but that's me.
Okay, I'm thinking about this from a Trumpian point of view, but let other people go first.
Can you repeat the question? I was posting the link.
Oh, yeah. So, if you are Trump, would you rather be facing Bernie or would you rather be Biden?
Biden. Because Biden's super emotional, and he can be easily derailed. I feel like if I had to argue with Bernie or Biden, it would be it would be an easier task to derail him, and that's kind of Trump's debate tactic, is to, like he was saying, like to start off with a little bit of a smear here, a smear there, call somebody a liar or something like that. And Biden won't. He'll just start cracking at the edges and just start forgetting what the hell he was supposed to be actually talking about. It's a piece of cake. Biden's a piece of cake.
Okay. So I think you have a very good point. Your statement is merit. Let me try to see if I could be a contrarian and see if you buy it. Right. If you're Trump, you want to have faced Bernie Sanders, And the reason being is that Bernie Sanders is very consistent. And so you trigger Bernie Sanders to be consistent and say things that are not the most politically centrist things, right? You get them to, you push them to be echo the stuff, right? And you use this as well to sit there and say, these people that claim I'm with the Russians. Well, let me tell you about communist Bernie, or you do that card game. Again, it doesn't have to be true, because again, this is not something that Trump cares about. It's gotta be plausible for the sale to the centrists. And the other thing you do with as Trump is you do some things to piss off the Republicans, right? You go and you get some Democratic legislation that's more centrist. You say to Mitch McConnell, release this off your desk. Let this go through. Let's you do some things that might upset Rush Limbaugh, but will pander to that middle. And you try to then get Bernie to be truthful and say things that are not politically opportune, and then you try to own the middle.
Right, by using his long track record of, I don't know, being a good person and being honest when asked honest questions. He will actually say, well, yeah, that was a good idea. And then once you have the sound clip of him saying, yeah, you did do a good thing, there it is. Because for Trump, I think with Biden or whatever, all he'd have to do is bring up his kid, and he's gonna bomb the rest of his debate. He's just gonna bomb it as soon as you bring up his kid.
Yep.
So Trump don't care that he's bringing them up.
Yeah. So I think that the issue is that why Trump might have his tactic might be more effective in the political spectrum is that you all you have to do is run to the right of Bernie Sanders and try to go for those uncommitted,
the independents,
votes,
undecided. Yeah.
Because you sit there and say you do your Trump rallies to get your base doing stuff, and you then run to the center. Again, this is the Nixonian model. You run to the extreme for your primary, and you run to the center for your general election. That's what Nixon would do. And so all Trump has to do is sit there and say things like, "Well, let's actually do some stuff on climate." Well, what's happening?
I think it appears like we may have lost the stream for a brief second, but I believe we are back.
No, you didn't. It was my fault.
Oh.
Well,
1,000 lashes.
Blame Canada.
Are we able
We're gonna blame Canada again.
Are we able to blame Canada?
That's still our policy. Yep.
I think David was in the chat room for a while, so we have alleged Canadians.
We have alleged Canadians. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
Hacked by foreign operatives.
By the way, I am really pleased that Canadians are neighbors to the north because they're nice, friendly folk up there. I wish we. And
I need somewhere to go if he wins again. If he wins again, I need somewhere to go. We basically we very nearly moved to Canada from. Okay, and I think he's still there. And he did say earlier, I saw him saying that there was a party at his house if Trump won, and everybody was welcome and they could stay as long as they like. So I'm thinking at Dave's house.
Except Canada's also. I mean, you got Harper, and Harper is a viable schmuck. I mean, you have the loon. You got the loon who didn't get anything right last election, but people like Harper, that ilk, that party is still a non-trivial part of stuff. So, and of course, and of course, you have the crazy block too, and so I mean, Canada has some really disgusting politicians, and their elections bring out just extraordinary bile and vitriol, right? Don't think that Canadians are a bunch of polite people. They might say sorry as they're stabbing you, right? Election-wise, right?
Oh,
Well,
wow. Okay.
At least they're polite about it. You know, there's some silver knife edged lining there. You know.
Yeah, I know that Harper isn't treating it, but I'm not saying you have the likes of Harper as an example of a historical thing for that and his party. His influence in the party is still quite there. But you know, this is Canada elected that guy. He became prime minister and served for an uncomfortable period of time, doing lots of really nasty things in his speak white campaigns and so forth. If you don't understand what that means.
What?
Speak white is code word. Yes, speak white is code word for saying vote conservative, so that your children go up speaking white. And
that ain't much of a
what do you mean
code
by
word.
not
Our code word's
speaking
supposed to
white?
be subtle. Our code word's like
because
you're
what
not
they
supposed to
what
pick up what they're
they're going to
saying.
say is otherwise your children will learn Indigenous people words and French, as opposed to speaking white, which is considered English.
So where is white? Like, is it Whitelandia, the White Islands? Like, where is white? I'm still waiting for someone to tell me.
It's British, non-Francophile, non-Indigenous people. It's the pandering to that set, right? It's there, and it is a disgusting thing that conservatives pull out and do.
Scandinavia. He's got a point. Scandinavia is U.S. That's the answer to your question, Mikey. It's Scandinavia.
White Sylvania. That's not bad. That's not bad.
So yes, I'm sorry, but that sort of is the set. Now, on the other hand, they had a running. Actually, was like considered number 5 or number 6 on the ballot. There, got no votes. He lost his seat, and I'm not even going to speak his name because he was so disgusting, right? But again, these are Canadians, right?
Well, and that reminds me of there's.
Go ahead.
No, please, and then I'll.
If you think moving to Canada relieves you of political toilet training stuff and thing. Sorry, I trademark Canada. Canada has some really disgusting politics and some really disgusting politicians, some of which they revere and do great things, right? That's so if you think moving to Canada fixes your problems, learn more about Canada. I don't mean to say that they're bad stuff. There's a lot of great stuff about Canada. It's just that it's not the solution to everything. It's got its own issue.
You got some explaining to do, Lucy.
I wanted to let everyone know, Landon needs to know, Mikey needs to know in particular, and our regular viewers know this already, which is we do have a kind of a rogue mod. So speaking of people whose names shall not be said, we have a rogue mod. He is admittedly a bit of a coward. He stopped coming into the live chat now and just trolls us from the Discord. It's I put my foot down. He doesn't show up no more. But we don't say his name. We don't give him any credit. But just saying.
Where can people find the Discord there, Nick?
Oh, the link to the Discord. I will drop a link to the Discord. Of course, if this rogue mod knew what he was doing,
there's a lot of great stuff that Canada does, and I don't want to. We got to blame them, but they're far from perfect. But again, you want to see the current modern, because I was dumping on Harper, so we talk about current modern depravity in politicians. Look up Mad Max. Just look up Mad Max.
Great movie. That's what I was thinking of.
And he was elected. He was a member of parliament. Fortunately, he lost his seat and his party got zilch. But Mad Max.
We're talking about Mel Gibson, right? And how he lost his election. Mel Gibson.
So if there's any Canadians in the chat room, you want to comment on Mad Max?
Or if any Canadians want to, like clean up the basement and just like make sure it's waterproof and that there's proper ventilation down there. I don't mind. I don't need much space. I just need some space for my dog, 2 cats, my girlfriend, and my guitars. Really.
See, look at what David, the nice polite Canadian, said about Mad Max.
Oh, no, I think he was talking about my mod. He was talking about the mod.
Oh, yes.
Zing.
So if Canada sent Mad Max to the U.S., that would be one of the articles of declaration of war that they could do. Mr. Garrison could pull against Terrence and Phillip, Mad Max, and
So Landon's face has frozen. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. Well, and at some point we got to have you on to discuss South Park, because I was seeing what you had been talking about that, and yeah, we got to have you on to discuss that because I think you have a wide variety of talents. We've had you on for a number of them. South Park, I think, is going to have to be. That is one of your highly underrated topics of discussion, I think.
Yeah.
Can I be honest with you guys?
Yeah.
I think I've seen one episode of South Park.
Okay.
Just maybe 2 halves of 2 separate ones. I've never sat down and watched an entire episode of South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me and the Brady Bunch. I could never. The people are like, "Have you seen the Brady Bunch?" I was like, "No, I can't watch."
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
But we're creative types. I'm surprised that you like it. Like, there's a lot of shit that's like super popular for everybody else that within 30 seconds, I'm like, I would rather be anywhere else right now. Like, I cannot deal with this. Can't do it.
So as I say, but with all the problems that Canada has, most countries would love to have a neighbor to the north of them like that. So, thank you, Canada, for being Canadian.
Oh yeah, they send us people like Justin Bieber and Ted Cruz is the one that Mr. McGinnis there is always reminding me of, the Ted Cruz missile. Yeah, it's with people with neighbors like that, who needs, oh.
But they also,
on the other hand,
also gave us Jim Carrey.
Yeah, but if you talk about other countries sending us stuff that's bad, I mean, we still have to deal with Australia because they sent us Rupert Murdoch.
So we should have an episode literally dedicated to who hates America the most by the worst celebrities they sent our way.
They sent some reviled, the banana guy came from Australia, came to the U.S., right? So, Banana Man.
Britney Spears suggests we're pretty self-hating.
They did give us Green Day. Look up famous Canadians.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see. We're coming up on 11 here, so hopefully we're going to get some numbers. Biden's really got some huge wins, and if Bernie doesn't take Texas or California, I think he's going to come out of this really in trouble, and he's going to come out of this with the picture painted that he's. Oh, Bernie Sanders' campaign files for an emergency motion to keep LA polling places open an additional 2 hours due to long lines and reported voting machine failures.
See?
So,
cheated.
Yeah. All right. So we've got
damn cheaters.
Yeah.
And Boston Globe is projecting Biden as winning Massachusetts. Now, 64%, 65% of the precincts reported. Biden at 34%, Sanders at 27%, Warren at 20%.
All right. So if he wins Massachusetts, I think that's the end for Warren, who I always have actually really rather liked. I think she's reasonably divisive. I'm not entirely sure why. She's certainly not as divisive. And I thought she had a good chance. People said, well, look, Hillary didn't win. Why could she win? Well, because she's not Hillary. I mean, Hillary was divisive. Warren is a lot less so. But hold on. Mike Bloomberg plans to reassess. Okay, this just in. Mike Bloomberg plans to reassess whether he should stay in the Democratic race after the disappointing results and that, ladies and gentlemen, you heard first on In Time, thanks to our super secret, top secret, Silver Fox news sources.
Yes.
I shouldn't say Fox News sources and Landon are the same thing, but nonetheless.
The Silver Fox sources, yeah.
I really do like it. You know what? We've actually. I'm sorry. I'm proud of that. We've made some calls early ahead of people. We did that with the Iran story too. We managed to have on AT2T Productions. Yeah. Thank you. Who was able to. We closed that out. And we're like, what's your opinion? He said that it was a missile. I was like, okay, that's what we're going to go for. Sure enough, 24 hours later.
I understand the assumption is that Bernie Sanders is going to do well in California. California has 415 delegates in the pot, right? So they have more delegates than what's been
awarded, right?
Yeah, more than what was been awarded so far, right? Right now it's 255 for Biden. And it's 144 for Sanders. And looks like Bloomberg has 21. Warren has 11. And Gabbard has 1. So there's 432 been awarded, and California has 415. So Maine is coming in slow. Good.
No, I would rather have 0 than 1. There's something about 1. It highlights. I'd rather have 0. Keep me off the list. Don't add.
It's like when someone gives you. It's like when someone gives a server like a penny tip. Oh, now you're just being a dick. Yeah. Now you're just trying to.
What happens with the one delegate for Gabbard is goes to the convention and abstains.
Well, no, I think Gabbard starts to wheel and deal with that one. Goes around. You want my delegate, please?
My delegate. So, Nick, before you say what you're about to say, I found some Canadians that we have to start apologizing for making fun of Canada for.
Okay.
Alex Trebek.
Yeah,
what a treasure of a treasure of a person. Alexander Graham Bell.
Really?
Michael J. Fox. William Shatner.
With 67% of the votes counted in Alabama, Sessions, who's trying to get his whole seat back, is running only 2% behind the lead on Tuberville. Tuberville at 33.3, Sessions at 31.3, Bryan at 24.9. So it's likely the primary will go into a March 31st runoff. So the way that it works for the Republican Party in Alabama for the U.S. Senate is the top 2 go into a runoff.
Also, Jim Carrey, Sarah McLachlan, Keanu Reeves. I don't think that's right. Pamela Anderson, and your personal favorite, Shania Twain. Who would you be, Nick, without Shania Twain?
Oh, there's. But again, it's a question of where they are. I mean, because a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Canadians that come down to the U.S. to live, but they're still Canadians.
Yeah, Justin Bieber, and he got mentioned several times in the last. Justin Bieber, I was teaching high school when Justin Bieber was getting into a lot of his stuff, and I told the students I was having contests about who could hate on Justin Bieber more, because I really, he triggers me. It's really you need a bodyguard to carry you up the Great Wall of China. You're going to write in the log or the guest book for the Anne Frank house, hopefully she would have been a believer. Are you fucking kidding me?
You heard the one
people's houses
one last Lonely N-Word remix he did.
Yeah.
What?
So, so far in
I'll send you a link.
with
Okay, please.
9% of the precincts reported in Maine, Biden is still at 34 and Sanders at 33.6. So what it means is that they might end up getting near equal number of delegates. In Massachusetts has been called for Biden right now. Two-thirds of the precincts reported. Biden at 33.8, Sanders at 27.5, Bloomberg 11.6. Warren is only 20.3%. So it appears that Warren, there's 91 delegates at play, and Warren might only get maybe a fifth of those in her own state. Gabbard, of course, is
that's humiliating. I feel bad for her. I really do like her, but wow. Just wow.
So then,
that's what happens when you flip. That's what happens when you flip on a policy that's so important to everybody. Yeah. Like that's essentially the same thing as if you like your doctors, you can keep it. She did that before they voted.
Yep, that's right.
Big mistake.
So there's still 900 delegates to be awarded for this Super Tuesday. So ain't over yet. Hang on. We'll see more of what's going to happen.
But I want to call the whole thing now. Now.
I want an Oompa Loompa now.
So one of the things I'm hearing from my sources is that in states, undecided voters are deciding and moving to moderate or safe, what they consider safe candidates. Is a thing. Now, you might disagree over what's moderate and what's safe, but that seems to be the case of undecided voters, people who are not in the block camp or the block camp or the block camp. They're undecided coming in. They're not going for the high risk candidate or the bold candidate or the candidate that's got a new vision. They're going for the more sedate candidate, which is and another thing about this suggests is that these undecided voters are not, the youth trying to do something bold and new. It's not a certain political minority on opinion trying to get their cause going forward. It seems to be that the undecided voters so far are doing the safeguard.
Which is fine, because I don't think anyone's trying to. I think a lot of people have in the back of their head, like, it doesn't matter who it is, it's just not going to be Trump. So I think that's why a lot of the more, I don't want to say better, but the best candidate, Andrew Yang, had to drop out because of the nonsense from the. No, I'm just like. I was a Yang guy. Like, I like Andrew Yang. I liked what he was proposing. I liked all of it. But now, I mean, if I lived in Iowa, I'm not sure who I vote for, or if I was voting today, I don't think it would matter who I voted for at this point, because the person that I legitimately wanted is no longer there. So again, team sports. I will play. I will pass the ball, but I'm not. Super stoked or crazy enthusiastic about the process at this point. I just want it to be over. And I'm not voting for Nick, so you guys can stop putting vote for Nick in the chat.
We'll get him on board. We will get him on board. Totally. He's Team Nick. It's just going to take a while.
He's going to make me the director of the House of Urban Development or whatever it is.
Let's see.
All right.
HUD secretary.
Yeah. Now, by the way, in this business about safe, I'm not saying that's not my personal opinion. I'm talking about the information I'm picking up on my channels in terms of of asking undecided voters up to this point, you voted yes. Why did you vote for you vote? And the answer is, well, because that seems to be the safe candidate.
And we've got Bernie Sanders projected to win the Democratic primary in California.
Yes, that's not a surprise.
Yeah, so that's good. That keeps him from getting, I mean, that's good for him. It keeps him from getting, well, listen, when it doesn't come in right away, you start to wonder. It's like, okay, it's not good for Bernie that it took 11 minutes to get that in. I'm sorry. Although how spoiled are we that it's like we basically know 30 seconds after if it's longer than 30 seconds, we're like, tell me the results now. So I think we're still waiting on Texas.
This airplane going 600 miles an hour. Why won't my phone work in this plane? Dude, you're going 600 miles an hour in an airplane. Chill.
Yeah. So, so the initial, one of the things the initial set was that of the California delegates, Sanders was going to get 164, going to basically get a lead of was like 29 over Biden in there. But if that's the case, Sanders may still be behind, even if you get the most number of votes in California. Texas is it looks like half. It still looks like half and half for Texas. Sanders may be is a little bit ahead, but there's only a few percent ahead, but it's only 29% of the precincts reporting in Texas. And we don't know where they're reporting, right? They could be in spots that tilt it one or the other. If we look at Warren and how she's done, the highest percentage of votes that she picked up of all the Super Tuesday states was in Massachusetts, but that's only 20%, her home state.
Yikes. Not great.
No, that's not something to be proud of. And I honestly thought she'd do. She's a senator. She's that's really kind of surprising. So all right, well, I will ask. I'm going to interrupt just for one question. So I've been having troubles with the stream all night, and I think I know what the problem is. I had suspected this before and I forgot about it, but I've been so I think the problem is that my ISP actually this gets into net neutrality, and they're allowed to change and throttle different kinds of services, and I believe they are throttling streaming services for a number of reasons, in particular because they don't want you making money doing upstreaming and yada yada yada. So
they might be following stream services that haven't paid them.
So I switched to a VPN, and it's going to increase my lag a slight touch, but it looks to me like the stream is better. So those of you who've been watching for more than 10 minutes, has my stream improved? I think it's looking better, but I'd like some. If it's really looking better, then I'm just going to have to switch to a VPN every single time. I can do it, but just going to have to update our procedures so that I'm always doing that, because the beginning of this stream was terrible. Anyways, I do apologize. I'm curious. We have an audience now that could maybe at least verify for me that it's better. So I did cut some people. It's looking a lot better. Yeah, you know what? That's what it is. Cute, really cute. I am shutting down all the services running on my computer. Shutting down everything on my computer. It's like I'm down to the lowest RAM. All the Windows services are dead. There's no upstreams going anywhere, and I still couldn't. I restarted, nothing. It's like, wait a minute. Thought I heard maybe they're throttling certain kinds of data. Switch to VPN. Poof. Yeah, it's the NSA. All right.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
Yeah, that was the first. That's when I bailed, and then I was just like, oh shoot, Mikey's got the show. I'm gonna go out for a burger. I'm gonna.
Oh, so you'll have to go back and rewatch all of the things that me and Landon talked about.
Yeah. Now let's be fair. We've been talking about Warren not winning her state.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
In Massachusetts, let's look at Vermont. Bernie Sanders' home state. 95% of the precincts reporting. Sanders only got 51% of the vote in his own state.
Yeah, that's not that's really what was it? There was a joke. Actually, it was what's his name? Prairie Home Companion. Oh my
Garrison
God, I can't believe
Keillor.
I've forgotten it. Garrison Keillor, thank you. Garrison Keillor had done a joke when because I was in Connecticut when Lieberman was there, when Lieberman was senator, and I remember he lost the Democratic primary for his own seat because everybody hated him. The Dems wanted him out, so he lost it, and then he ran as an independent and he won, but he was going as an independent. Everybody wanted him out. He lost in the Dem party. So he's basically Senator Joseph Lieberman has vowed to keep fighting fighting to defend the will of the people, even against the will of the people. And I think that's a good Joseph Lieberman,
So I'm looking here at just the specifics on Vermont. So Bernie got 52% of the vote, yeah. Biden got 22. So he didn't just beat Biden, he smashed Biden by 30 points. And then Warren got 13%, which is not far what she did in her own home state. So I guess there's going to be just that residual 10 to 15% Warren support across the board, but it's just not really going to pan out into anything for her.
I would have expected.
So,
I would have expected that Sanders would have done better in Vermont than he did, though he got half of the delegates. I expect the same thing with Maine. Now Maine is going slow. I mean, Maine only has 59% of the precincts reporting, and at this point, and Sanders are within 1% of each other. So too early to tell. Similar thing in Texas. Good.
Bloomberg got 9% in Vermont.
Yeah, the best that Bloomberg did so far was in Colorado. That's only with 50% of the precincts reporting. He's gotten 23%. So it so far, unless California and Texas do something extraordinary, so far Bloomberg has not pulled in a huge number of delegates. I mean, we have right now for the Super Tuesday delegates, we have 259 for Biden. We got 150 for Sanders. We have 23 for Bloomberg, 11 for Warren, and 1 for Gabbard because people feel sorry for her, I guess. That's kind of the sorry. I'm not a Gabbard abstention person.
Well, so let's oh, please.
So that's 444, right? And 259. Biden is still polling in, 58% of the delegates rewarded so far. But there's still 900 to go, so stay tuned.
So 900, and where are those going to come from? So 400 of that 900 is going to come from California. That hasn't
288 from Texas. But there's also other states that based on how they award the delegates. So some states awarded by just overall vote. Some are proportional by districts and so forth. It depends. So we have to look at where the states are going. So far in the U.S. Senate race in Alabama for the GOP, Sessions is running second, but again, it's unlikely that with 75% of the precincts reporting, no one's going to get 50%. So there'll be a runoff, most likely between Bill and Jeff Sessions on March 31st. What happens after that is your guess as good as mine.
All right, so let's. I'd like to start trying to break down so that we get some idea of what the numbers are. So now, California is proportionate in their awarding of the delegates.
I believe so, unless they made a rules change I'm not aware of.
Okay, so even a win um, it's looking right now that unless things change significantly, Biden's going to be the winner of Super Tuesday. The question I think we're going to ask is by how much. But uh, unless Texas is an all or nothing, and Sanders gets, even if he gets Texas,
No,
Texas is
it doesn't-
big, but
It doesn't look like that. Again, I think it's proportional as well, but I don't know how they do the proportions.
all right. So even Sanders, let's assume Sanders gets 60% of each state, and Biden gets 40%. All right. So the question is, what kind of numbers are we looking at for sort of landing numbers that we're going to look at the end of this thing? How much is Biden going to win by? I mean, I'm sort of doing rough calculations in my head, and it seems like he's going to be I would think at least 300 ahead of Bernie, which in a race with, I mean, Super Tuesday had I think 1,200 up. I mean, that's a respectable portion of it, but it's not a huge landslide. But it's enough to be concerning.
And Sanders is behind Biden for delegate counts awarded for Super Tuesday by 109. There's 900 still to go. So unless Sanders gets more than 62% of the rest of the delegates, Sanders is not going to get the most number of delegates in Super Tuesday. Sanders was projected to not get a majority, and you have Buttigieg and Klobuchar supporting Biden. So, and it's unlikely if Bloomberg decides to support somebody and asks the delegates to support it, that it would be that Bloomberg would say Sanders. So it does not look good for Sanders getting the majority or even getting potentially even the most number of delegates.
But Mikey said that Sanders was probably going to win and then get the nomination. That's what Mikey said.
Have I been proved wrong yet?
Maybe Mike Bloomberg was wanting, if Bloomberg institutes stop and frisk for delegates on the convention floor, anything can happen.
Well, here.
I did actually realize Mikey said that. I was throwing Mikey under the bus, and he actually said that. Okay, I'm just going to throw him under the bus for the sake of doing it. It's a lot less funny if he actually said it.
Listen, Nick, I drink a lot, so I don't remember everything that I say. That's your job. But if you guys are in line,
I said
if you guys are in line, make sure you guys subscribe, like, comment, all that good stuff, and vote for Bernie. If you're watching in line, if you got like another 45 minutes to sit in line, just go ahead and vote for Bernie because I said so.
Mikey, if you're watching in time is the name of the show.
What
did I say?
Never mind.
But is it real in time, or is it just the?
Is it real? Or yeah.
Conflict?
Oh, I said in line.
In line,
but graphics. A little graphics change. We'll be okay.
The doctor
do in line at the grocery store. That's actually, we could change the name of the show. So instead of doing all the in time riffs, we could have like in line with Mikey. In line,
cutting in line.
I hate to break in, but I think Dr. also pointed out, and I've checked this in the case, that Bernie won 86% of Vermont in 2016 for comparison purposes, right? So
yes. Well, okay, so let's talk about that because I think one of the reasons he went down, I think he went down for a couple of different reasons. One of them, I have to believe, is his age. Does anyone here? Yep. So, and now the polls have closed in California. CBS News estimates that California is actually, so CBS is not calling it for California. CNN did call California for Bernie, but CBS has actually not yet called it. So, and CNN always gets their calls wrong. Just ask Al Gore.
Yes.
CBS is saying that they will not call it, and there may still be polls open. I don't know how that suit came about, but they're saying it's leaning Bernie Sanders. So is Bernie Sanders?
I have an early result, by the way. With
you have an
only
early
5%.
what? Please.
Early result in California for 5%, if you care. 5.6%. Sanders at 27.7. Biden at 17.5. Bloomberg at 19.6. Warren at 10, and Gabbard at 0.8.
Yeah, but so you see, that's the thing, though, is because both
That's
of
only
them are
5% of the polls.
Yeah, if that keeps up, Sanders may still quote win it, but he didn't win it by a
screenshot
majority.
while he's not there, so you can see he stepped out of the room.
Landon. Whose side are you on? Whose side? I would like to know that.
Jokes have to be
and I
told,
got peeps,
Nick.
by the way.
Someone has
I got
to be
peeps screenshotting like, but the problem is Mikey's wall is just the green.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The world is against me.
You know how you get a picture of my room? Be yourself. See there? See? The only way you can be me is to truly be yourself.
That's deep.
I'm just a reflection of what
Landon.
you put out.
Landon, okay, you and Mikey get a room. Fine. I know where your loyalties lie.
We'll get a room in Canada with David. Have fun with this whole America project.
All right. I will be back, but now because I'm dealing with a bunch of children, I got to sit there and just okay. Yes. So it's like I'm still here, but nobody knows it because
we have to look at the infrared images going through the.
Oh God, Landon! Don't, Landon. Bull, I would like to change the guest status of certain people on the show at this time, please.
I already got 2 pictures of you tonight, Nick. You know that, right?
Oh, son of a bull! Whose side are you on? What the hell? Oh my God!
So we have a new delegate award count, folks.
Drum roll.
So far, Super Tuesday delegates awarded: 273 for Biden, 158 for Bernie Sanders, Bloomberg 25, Warren 11, and there's that 1 for Gabbard, so that person can go into the convention and abstain.
All right, so let's talk Sanders. Is he too old? Is he what's the deal? His numbers are down. Why are the numbers down? And is part of it age? And if it isn't, should it be?
I don't think it's fair to discriminate on anybody's anything based on their age. So that's why we have
that's what a young guy would say.
Well, that's why we have a line of succession. No, what's the point? What's the actual point of it? Unless you want, because Obama could have gotten into a plane crash or anything or something. These things do happen, and your age is not exactly the only factor that determines whether or not you perish in office. So discriminating against somebody because of their age is kind of stupid. Anybody could die tomorrow.
With 61% of the precincts reporting, both Biden and Sanders are tied at 33.6%.
So if we do change the show to in line, we had a very, very, very inappropriate comment from a producer who shall remain nameless. Quote, doing lines with Mikey Famine.
I would say that's spot on accurate, but I could never afford it.
So his question about isn't Biden older than Bernie? I thought Bernie Sanders was older than Biden, but am I wrong?
Yeah, Bernie
I'll
is.
ask Siri, she knows everything.
But my concern is this. I think that's true that there is a line of succession, but it is going to influence the office, and that does mean that now the VP does matter more, and there are further complications. I think the other thing is, so Bernie's had a heart attack. people say, well, Bernie can go 4 years, and I think that's probably true. But can he go 8? And if you're the Democratic Party, and if you're a Democrat, and you want to make sure that you try to hold on to power as long as possible, you want someone who's going to be able to be the incumbent in the next cycle. And the thing is, you're not actually electing him even for 8 years. It's for 10, because he is going to. He's not going to take office until 2 years after he starts running. It's now less than that, obviously, because the election's coming up. But so should that be a factor?
Real quick, Biden is 77 and Bernie is 78.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Biden is 77 and Bernie is 78.
In California?
No. Their ages.
Age.
Oh, age. I thought, and why was I thought that was, okay, never mind. I was going into percentages, and I was like, I'm getting tired.
Biden's got 77%, but Bernie's ahead with 78%.
78, yes, literally. Okay. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you.
Here to help.
Thank you. I think we're calling it a night, folks. It's time to go in. Time is out of time. And I'm
in line, out of line. Ooh, out of line with Mikey Famine. I like it.
Yeah,
Over
out of line with Mikey Famine. Yeah, that goes without saying. We like titles that aren't redundant.
Over the line with Mikey Famine.
Over the line, yeah. Over the line with Landon Noll. I'm not bitter.
Line in the sand, featuring Nicholas Lamar Soutter.
So Texas now has 44% of the precincts reporting, and it looks like there's only a 0.5% difference between Sanders and Biden at this point in Texas.
Okay, so in Texas, so
228
all right.
Delegates upstate, next state.
Okay. All right. Let me. This is what I get for trying to multitask. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to try to get up the delegate count. So, Landon, what are your thoughts on the age?
I think that it's less of a factor than the press tries to make it out to be for voters. I think, however, the one case can be where I said people don't vote for the vice presidential candidate. However, if the person has health issues or is old and the vice president scares them, then that can be a negative. So, for example, McCain picked Palin as his running mate.
Right.
And people were concerned, what happens if McCain, something goes wrong with him, right?
Yep,
Having
right.
Senator Palin, or President Palin would have been a very frightening
oh my God.
thing. On perhaps a Trumpian level or something else, but it's, again, at some point it gets just too bizarre, right? So that is, I think it matters if the person's vice presidential nominee is a whack job.
Yep. Well, although that's been done before, but it wasn't. I mean, the system used to be different, so that the VP was whoever came in second, and whoever came in second is your VP, and that had two problems. The first problem is that you'd have a president and a vice president who vehemently disagreed with each other and were constantly trying to undermine each other because the president was the winning party and the vice president was the opposing party. But the other problem was it also encouraged assassinations because, if you are the party of the VP, you want your guy to win, you just got to take out the president. So that was not a very good system.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want like the Secretary of Service or Secretary of the State in charge of like the Secret Service. Like, maybe you shouldn't be in charge of that. Because if you're in charge of all of my security details, and if anything happens bad to me at the Vice, I don't know. I think we'll find someone else to be in charge of this. Literal fox in the hen house.
So in my particular county, Sanders is leading, but this is only absentee votes. So for a reason, Sanders is first. Bloomberg is second. Bloomberg actually made a lot of ads and political things in Silicon Valley, and so people had targeted ads and mailings. So there was actually quite a bit of stuff. He's had a big push in Silicon Valley.
Okay, we have this from the AP now. So AP is reporting that Bernie Sanders has won the Democratic primary in California. I usually AP and Reuters are the two I go with. People ask me all the time, what are my biggest news sources? And it's Fox News when I'm looking for when I'm looking for a good laugh. Otherwise, it's AP. And it's a peanut butter and jelly.
That's why I'm here, Nick.
So California has a state senator.
Just absorb it.
And Democratic incumbent Thurber that's being challenged by a number of people. It seems like the Democratic Party is really upset with Thurber, and so Thurber. So we'll have to see whether she's able to. She may get primaried and lose her seat in the primary.
All right. Well, let's see. So this is CNN. CNN, after having called California, is now saying that California is undecided. So this
I had a joke there.
Yes.
So CNN giving you your any kind of election results is like Steve Harvey letting you know who won Miss America.
Oh.
Said with such conviction, but just utterly wrong. Just very convincing, but inaccurate.
Okay, the numbers I now have for the pledged delegate count is 204 for Biden and 183 for Sanders. A huge catch-up, but still not great.
So the number,
Oh yeah, I got that. So Sanders, it looks like Sanders is at 27% of the vote in California. Bloomberg is 20%, and then Biden is 18%.
Well, we say there's only about 7% of the votes have been counted. So
okay. That's important.
No. So in Texas, there's only 45% of the votes counted, and Biden and Sanders are within like 0.3%. So Texas is still neck and neck.
Yep.
But again, it's the number of delegates reporting, and that even though you might get some 30% of the delegates in Texas, if your nearest rival is getting the same number, you're not pulling ahead, right? You're going to need to clobber that person in state like California in order to try and work back this 283 for. I have 283 for Biden and 164 for Sanders.
I think I'm
blowing out
so stay tuned because 850.
What do you have for Warren? I got 15 for Warren.
I currently have 11, but that's
11.2
margin of error.
I'm blowing out the F5 button on my laptop, by the way. Refreshing like a monster.
Yep. Well, some of these are supposed to refresh automatically, but hey, my computer is. As always, the computer is just giving me a hard time. All right. So so we had discussed Bernie's age. So if age isn't a factor, why is he doing so much worse this time around? I mean, it's not terrible, but at least in Vermont, his own state, and in a couple of other states where he had previously done better, he is simply not doing as well. Why?
I would suggest that Bernie Sanders preach to the choir rather than preach to the uncommitted. Preach to the choir meaning you are going after your base, which already is convinced, and trying to get them to turn out. Now, that's not a bad strategy if you think that a lot of your base doesn't vote and say, "Hey, turn out for me, and we win." Well, if that was the thing that's not showing up on Super Tuesday with high returns, and the uncommitted who vote are seeming, again, our sources are committing to what the uncommitted called, "I voted for the safe candidate." Now, that means they voted for someone who's more, by safe being more traditional, more they consider mainstream. And sometimes that might mean they don't like the front runner, so they pick someone else that they think might be different, but who knows? We'll have to see. Because again, California, there's a number of candidates that were on the ballot that aren't running, that aren't in the set. I mean, I'm looking. If I go and look, let me go and look. I have to go and get my voter pamphlet. And if I look at the voter pamphlet for presidential preference, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 people running that were registered and running for Democratic Party nominee. 20, right? And when they this is like in most states, they print the ballot at a particular time after people have submitted, a qualifying signatures to say, I want to run and whatever sort of thing. So, for example, on my ballot, Andrew Yang is there. Amy Klobuchar is there. Tom Steyer is there. Deval Patrick is there. Buttigieg is there. Julian Castro is there. Various other people that I could go on. So those are people on the list. And if, for example, somehow Yang got enough votes that they got a delegate, then there'd be a delegate going to the convention for Yang, who would probably say, "Hey, thank you very much, but vote for somebody else." As an example, Can we do an episode about the people running on the Republican side? Because Deval Patrick, me and McGinnis were giddy and stupid at like 4:00 in the morning, and we started going through his website. Oh my God, what a screwball! It is hilarious. Went through his website, watched some of his speeches. What a goofball! It's fun. So for the Republicans, their ballot has 7 people for the nomination. So they have Trump, obviously. They have Bill Weld, Joe Walsh, Robert Ndani, De La Fontaine, Matthew Martin, and Zoltan Ifistan. Right.
And so far, only Weld has won one that I'm aware of.
I think so. And in a case in my county, for the 86% of the Republicans in my county are voting for Trump. The other, 26 are voting for other people, right? That's the Republican Party, right? So
I got into an argument on talk radio because Joe Walsh is from Chicago, and I called his show because he was saying something stupid. And I called and me and him were going back and forth about it, but I was driving somewhere, so I couldn't record it or anything like that. And then I went back to try to find it, but there's no archive of shit from fucking, what was that, 2009 or whatever it was. But I did get into an argument with that guy, and every time I see him, I'm just like, you sack of something. You ain't shit. Yeah, he was talking. He said something crazy, something off the wall, dog whistle racist, and I was just like, "Hey, man," because I used to align myself more with the right than the left back then, And I was like, no, this is important. And then like, a balanced budget and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, but the blacks are not just going to be able to. I was just like, no, wait a second. Who do you think you're talking
Jesus.
to? That guy's a piece of work. Piece of work. He holds Trump to task, but I think he just does that for sensationalism so he can get a little bit more airtime than he's probably warranted. Which I can relate with, because that's why I'm here.
You have earned every bit of it. Trust me, Mikey. There's no. Well, no, you know what? I do have to. I'm going to reconsider because quite frankly, yeah. Okay. So, well, while we have a lull, let me cover a few quick things. So we do have, as I said at the top of the show about 4 hours ago, we will be having a Landon on tomorrow. Some schmo called Landon Noll. The K is invisible. Landon Noll will be on for tomorrow as we discuss the results of the failed attempt to remove Trump from office during his impeachment. Then we will have on Godless Mom will be on a week from today. She will be covering prison reform in the United States, what countries have better prison systems than us or worse systems than us, and why. How do we measure these things? What is the best way to have a better prison system in the United States? On the 17th, we will have on the deconversion of Cyrus the Skeptic. For those, most of you probably, most of our audience, I assume, is somewhat familiar with his channel. He is. I love the guy. We had him on before to discuss cult deconversions, and so now he's going to be talking about his own deconversion story. And then the week after that, on the 24th, we will be discussing the No True Scotsman fallacy with. I'm getting tired. I'm sorry, his name escapes me. I'll have his name back in a second, but he's an Anglican minister, served in the military, and all around excellent guy, very concerned with both
Anglican. Anglican?
Yes.
That's Pythagoras. Pythagoras. That's who it was.
Very good. So,
thank you, Landon. Just take over. Yep, it's all yours.
With other things that are here.
Don't look so pleased with yourself, Mikey. Don't look so pleased with yourself.
So with current source that I have, superdelegates, Biden 283, Sanders 164, Bloomberg 27, Warren 11, and that one can abstain for Gabbard. So Maine still has 63% of the vote. Texas is still 46.9% of the vote counted. Now, I will point out, by the way, speaking of Canada, that Canada is able to do these elections on a much larger territory, much more sparse, and within a short amount of time, they know which party has the most seats in their parliament. The U.S. seems to be really bad at counting votes accurately and rapidly.
Yeah.
So it's one of those shames. If you talk about us being a pinnacle democracy, don't emulate our voting system, because
the lines for voting look like the damn TSA, which makes no sense to me. 10, 20, 30 seconds. Next. What's the issue here?
Yeah, well, it depends on, and especially because, so the Constitution does not require uniformity, and in fact, that was deliberate for a number of reasons to not have uniformity in voting. But what that means is you have this huge disparity between the kinds of voting booths that are used, the kinds of ballots that are used, how the process is done. And when you get older machines that have like a punch card ballot, something like that, the machines aren't cleared out, the punch card you can't punch all the way through, you can't you end up getting, undervotes. We remember that from Florida. That was one of the big problems in Florida, is a lot of those districts, and a lot of that also. Again, we've talked about this before, and in national elections, this is a problem, which is the poor and the elderly who have a harder time using certain kinds of voting machines tend to vote Democratic, and so the lack of uniformity and lack of consideration for an expedited and easy way to vote, a lack of, for example, we don't even have a holiday. We don't take the day off. Most countries make it a national holiday. We do not. And that makes voting very, very difficult, very, very time consuming. Everybody has to show up at the very end because that's when they're getting off of work. It's a problem.
Well, but because again, in the U.S., as I say, to back up, Nick, what you're saying, the U.S. does not have a national election, right? There is no national election. There are states that have elections, and the District of Columbia in the case, for example, the president, but there's no nationwide election. It happens to be an election day where all the states have the process to determine who are electors, but for president, but there's no national election. And so each state by state determines how they do. And in some states, they go so far as to not even have a statewide uniformity, but they have election districts that decide how the election is run. And in those cases, some of the election district people actually run for office, right? They're part of the state. When I was a part of the Electoral College group, there were 4 states that had what we called election ballot anomalies. And ballot anomaly we called is when a ballot was unable to be counted on the first try, right? So the usual process is a bunch of ballots come in and you do counting, but there's certain ballots you're not able to count. And they may be because the voter was questioned whether or not the voter was actually a registered voter or not, right? Or it could be that the ballot was damaged, or the ballot fell into the river and they had to fish it out. And it's, there may be reasons why ballots aren't counted on the first try. We call it anomalies. Now, other things are where ballots are not properly counted in terms of the adding up stuff. So they might have an area where the precinct comes in and the numbers are screwed up. And the 4 states that had the highest voting anomalies were, the number 1 state was Louisiana, in terms of the inability of Louisiana to count ballots that are received on the first try. The second level was Florida, right? They were number 2. Number 3 was Illinois, and number 4 is Vermont, right? In terms of talking about percentages, percentages of problems in counting the ballots on the first try. And those states also have decentralized election process. So it comes down to local districts and whatnot. Now, this is of votes that are able to be put into the system that they can't count. One of the things in you also have in Florida, for example, in Florida was voter intimidation. I mean, imagine what happens if what they do is the Florida election board knows them people were there. They don't vote the way they should. So we'll give them fewer precinct stations, which makes the lines longer, which discourages people. And then you have things like the local sheriff bringing out, because they want to maintain order. And so they bring out dogs and they go back and forth on the line, sniff the people to make sure they're not doing anything untoward. And they also stop cars to make sure the people aren't driving to the polls drunk, and say, are you, and other sort of forms of intimidation, right, come into play. So those are harder to tell because that's votes that weren't able to be cast or votes that might have been discouraged. But in terms of the counting process, Louisiana, Florida, Illinois, and Vermont are particularly bad. And by bad, I mean they're they are like an order of magnitude worse than the national average. So when you talk about a state like California or Washington State counting their ballots, you might have 0.3%, 0.5%. In the case of Florida in 2000, 9% of the votes were unable to be counted on the first try. I'm not talking about disputed stuff. I'm talking about there. And then when they did when the worst thing is when they did a recount on the ones that they couldn't count immediately, there was a high percentage of those that weren't able to be counted in the first place. Florida did away with the paper ballots. They came with a new system, and that nominal rate went up to 11%. Right? It really is, and again,
it got worse.
Yeah. So for example, we had made predictions and models in 2000 calling the election based upon our polling, and we got Florida wrong. That was actually the only state in the year 2000 that we missed, right? So we called 50 to 51 races correctly, but Florida missed. And so we paid attention to what happened in Florida. How did we miss it? And one thing in particular we noticed, I was put in charge to do the analysis afterwards, charge of a county called Gulf County. They're essentially the bottom of Florida, not in the Keys Islands, but the kind of the bottom of Florida set. And in that particular county, we had projected Gore getting 6,000 votes, Bush getting 4,000 votes. When the returns came in, Bush had about 6,000 and Gore had 4,000. But it was like that's the complete opposite, right? And even though we had statistical models or things, it was like whole pile of standard deviations out of line. So we said, okay, the first thing is that we did something wrong in our polling processes, but our exit polls matched our pre-polling process. So we asked for information. Florida has said one thing: they have an amazing Freedom of Information Act processes. So we can do essentially freedom of information, public records requests. And we requested from the county the counts. They gave us the count. So we said, no. We want the slot counts, because in Florida you have the candidates and you might be slot 2 and your opponents are 3, 4, and 5. So we said, tell me how many times someone pressed 2, 3, 4. Don't tell us who you think had the candidate. Tell us the slot counts, because we want to know who's punching what holes. That was kind of like, why do you want that? Well, because it's a request. It's a public record request. They then went and stalled. And we had to go to a judge who said, yes, we have the right to do that. They then stalled on the judge. They said, well, it's difficult. We have to go and do some processing. We'll get back to you next week. And they came back and they said, we have a problem, Your Honor. We have a backup system where we keep backups for 20 days, and we got around to your request on day 22, and the backups have already been recycled.
Oh, how convenient.
So our attorney was actually pretty good and said, Your Honor, we have people who can read tapes and read discs even if they're erased to recover the data. So we ask you to give an emergency order to order the tapes extracted, right? And so we got the judge to send the sheriff down and seize the backup tapes. We also seized the documents of a bunch of laptops too from the set. For example, the Secretary of State, a notorious person in Secretary of State for the state of Florida, giving instruction to the county people saying, if it's too difficult to have a request for recounts, just report the votes that you counted.
Oh, wow.
And then they deleted that document and so forth on the other end. Anyway, so that was a case where we made given the way that stuff was offset, a claim that essentially that Gore got 6,000 votes in the county, and Bush got 4,000. But the name assigned which was slot, got turned around and reported that way. And that alone was a 2,000 vote set. Now, by the way, when it came time for 2004 for the county, we wanted to do analysis, and those sons of bitches complied with the order saying, we are giving you the raw data, the raw information in a box filled with ashes, because they took the results, they reported the results, and they burned it, and they gave us the ashes, and that was their reporting for that set. So now, why was this happening? And understand that what happened in Florida, we didn't say this wasn't the Bushes going in and doing all this evil stuff. What was really at stake, of course, it was the sheriff and this county person and so forth. It was the control at the local level to make sure that the election went the way they wanted it to go. It was local tampering. And by the way, we did see tampering on their side, but anyway, our contention and this is a condemnation of the Supreme Court and the condemnation of the chief hypocrite of the Supreme Court in stopping Florida from doing the count. Was the thing we had. If you watch Michael Moore's show, a movie about the election, you see member after member of the African, the Black Caucus standing up asking to challenge Florida's electors and holding up. In fact, you see Maxine Waters, she's holding up a report that we wrote saying these are the anomalies going on in Florida. We believe that they were unable to count at least 9%, and we believe the inaccuracy on the Florida thing was on the order of 70,000. We had, and I said, and yet there is a judge led by the Supreme Court by this jerk who's dead. I'm glad he's dead. Who blocked and intervened on Bush v. Gore and stopped the process. Florida has a notoriously poor ability to count the votes correctly, to have a very effective voter suppression. Right? When we did a sampling of voters afterwards in 2000, and we talked to voters, we did this. We said, let's look at the voter rolls. Let's look at voters who had voted in 7 out of the 8 Florida elections, but did not vote in 2000, and find out why. So we went and we did a sampling of almost 7,000. So we're talking about somebody who's been in Florida for more than 14 years, have voted in 7 of the 8, but didn't vote in 2000. Sometimes they were dead, they're out of town, whatever. But most of the time, we heard stories of people saying, I was unable to get to the polls. I was denied getting access. I was blocked, right? Ladies saying the sheriff, deputy took down our names and we turned around and left home. Interesting enough, so we did a statistical sample and said that there were somewhere close to 80,000 voters who were regular voters who had voted in the last 7 elections, who tried to vote in 2000 and were unable to do so. Now, interesting enough, we did the demographics with people and we found something very interesting. 49% of the voters who tried to vote in 2000 and were unable to were Black.
What? No.
Oh.
And Al Gore got 11 votes to Bush's 1 out of that set. Now, I'm not saying that Gore did this, but again, people like a sheriff or a county alderman or so forth who is concerned about staying in office can do various forms of voter suppression in terms of the sheriff deciding to do an active DUI set of the cars going to the precinct to vote and pulling over DUI people and doing, because some voters you can't have them vote drunk, and this other selective stuff, right? And again, lady says when a sheriff deputy takes down our names in the car and said, it is illegal. If any one of you is a felon and we discover it, you're going to be in trouble. So he says, you turn around your car and you go back home. It's not worth it, right? So Florida has and by the way, it's not getting better. I mean, the process of rule anomalies have gone up, even though they've added on things. So America, don't be so we're the beacon of freedom and civilization. We have a really crappy election process, and we have an embarrassing election process. We have a huge number of people who don't vote, and those who do, there's problem with counting it accurately. In the supposed and fanciful content, we don't do well, right? And it's quite disgusting. Sorry for
so. Is there?
All right,
so one thing, real quick, and then I'll let you wrap this.
All right.
Can we get something together in a year or so for like this? Just, I don't know, an outside committee that looks at all of these things, all of these factors, completely independent, and is simply comprised of people who want to fix the voting process.
Yes. In fact, there are several bills on Mitch McConnell's desk that have
son of a
the House of
bitch.
Representatives that have, there are several bills that have a majority of the senators endorsing them. And we're not talking about, the Republicans, Democrats stuff. We have bills that the Senate version of it, there's a majority of the senators that have signed on as co-sponsors. And it's sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk.
I am confiscating his desk.
Let me
Okay, we have election return.
All right. Well, here's what I'd like to do real quick. So I'd like to hit some of those numbers. I've got a quick story I'd like to just tell, just because I think it's interesting. I think Boole has a story I'd like to tell, and I'd like to try to wrap it up. I'd like to try to be done about 10 minutes because it's running late for everybody. We the California ostensibly closed about a little more than an hour ago, and some of us need to get going. So we will we'll start to try to wrap it up. So what was it? Yes, Landon, the numbers, please.
So right now, for Super Tuesday delegates that seem to be committed, Biden has 306, Sanders has 220. Then the next one is Bloomberg has 30, Warren has 12, and the one can abstain for Gabbard. Right now, given the precincts and where they're going, they're calling California for Bernie Sanders. Question is, will Bernie Sanders get enough to erase that 306 to 220 lead? In the case of Texas, so far with 53% of the precincts voting, Biden is ahead by 0.2%, 0.3%. So it looks like they're running neck and neck in Texas so far. Similar thing in Maine. So Biden's you can, if you're projecting forward, you sit there and say, well, Biden and Sanders will get about the same in Texas, about the same in Maine. The question will become, will Biden get enough gain in California to pull it off? Answering enough right now, again, this is only with 10% of the precincts counted in California. Bloomberg has 19%, and Biden has only 17%. So Bloomberg is coming in second in California, but Bernie Sanders at 28.5. So Sanders 28.5, Bloomberg at 19, Biden at 17, Warren at 11.6, and 0.8% people are voting for the abstainer.
So I've got a quick story, and then I think Boole's got a quick story, and then I think we'll wrap it up. And thank you all for joining us. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for watching. And so I did this one because I think it dovetails with what we were talking about. Just somewhat. You got me thinking about this one, Landon. I thought this was an interesting one, a very unique voting situation. My guess is you've heard of it, but there was a one candidate in an election got more votes than was technically possible for the election. So they did a recount. And in the recount, they were on the recount. They were 4,096 fewer votes on the recount. Yeah, I figured you'd recognize the number. And people who know anything about computers recognize that number. That is 2 to the 12 votes. And that is, there are a number of numbers. Any number that's divisible by 8 or 16 is very important in computers. And that is a very precise, that's a weird amount to be off by. What caused that was a bit flip. It was a cosmic ray that struck one of the memory chips as the data was being transferred and added, by switching a bit from 0 to 1, added 4,096 votes to the vote total. But then when the logs were checked and it was all the information was rechecked, they had the correct number of votes. But it was a cosmic ray. Just that was it. And cosmic rays are everywhere. It's only been theoretically possible that they would actually flip a bit, and this is considered. It was the vote was in Belgium. I forget the actual now. I can get that. I wanted to see. I wanted to see your reaction, Landon, and you picked up. It was an interesting. It is going to be the first. It's the first confirmed result of a bit flip where cosmic rays, we cannot stop them. We can do nothing about them. Went in, hit it, flipped it, and switched it from 0 to 1, and all of a sudden somebody's got all these extra votes. And if they didn't have good records, and if it hadn't been such that it actually went over the amount of possible votes cast, nobody would have picked up on it. Now we have Bull. Bull, you've got a story you wanted to tell?
Well, before that, I was going to agree with Landon. I think somebody ROR'd instead of ROL'd in their code. But that's assembly. But this goes back to Orlando 2012. I was actually in line at the polls. I was actually supposed to be next to go in and vote. And there was a bomb scare. There was a suspicious package. So they closed the polls, and I waited. I'm already been here half a day waiting to go in to vote, right? I'm not going to leave. I want to vote. What's going to happen? But a bunch of people left, and this is Florida. This is how Florida works. Florida doesn't even have early voting.
Yeah. And again, and by the way, I've heard about similar things. Bomb scared. There was a case of a polling thing where they detected natural gas and evacuated a place. Other things like that happening. I don't believe that happened at the national level because there were areas that shenanigans went on that the Democrats were leading in. It's usually the down ballot stuff at the state, the county, legal process stuff, which tries to make sure that they get reelected, and they try to suppress votes as they can and get away with it and get the thing certified. It's a tragedy. By the way,
these really go ahead.
But
I was gonna say real quick. Those really sound like flashy thing stories from Men in Black.
Yeah,
like these sound like the made up stories that they tell you after they erase your memory. There's a gas leak. Yep, everybody out of line, please.
So I want to talk to the people who might be registered voters who haven't voted yet because your state is later on, and you are disappointed in the results or excited about the results. There still are plenty of delegates to be awarded, right? So if it turns out the case that Biden gets slightly more than Bernie Sanders, or maybe Bernie Sanders catches up with California and gets slightly less, the race is still not over, right? And don't presume that just because that Biden is going to win in 7 states, 9 states, and Bernie only 4, that means something, right? We're talking about counts in these states. What happens next, the next thing is up to you, right? So I would still encourage you to continue to vote. Vote for who you think is the best nominee for the party. And don't be discouraged or elated because your candidate did or didn't do as good of a job as you'd hoped. These are numbers we're talking about of returns coming in. Stuff will settle out in the next day, but for most of the states, except for Colorado, Utah, California, Maine, and Texas, we have over 90% to close to 100% of the precincts reported. So those numbers are pretty solid. For the ones that are California is still in play, only 10% of the votes counted so far, and Texas is about 2/3. But again, in case of Texas, here's something that happens that is good news for Biden. 63.3% of the precincts voting. Biden has 30.2%. Bernie has 28.8%. So Biden is pulling ahead slightly, but there still are 1/3 of Texas that hasn't been counted yet. So that could flip. In the case of Maine, where there's 69% of the things voted, Biden is only ahead by 0.2%. So most likely what will happen is with Texas, if this goes away, Texas and Maine will probably come in with Biden and Bernie having about the same number of delegates. Remember, it's the number of delegates that matter. It's 306 to 220. Will that, and there's still 775 to be counted, will Bernie catch up and maybe even pass Biden? Possible, but again, neither candidate is on a trajectory to get 1,990 votes. Candidates that might drop out if Bloomberg reassesses and drops out tomorrow, war and same sort of thing. Those candidates that are dropping out might push delegates towards one candidate or the other and push that person over the top. And it might not be your candidate, but go out and vote anyway.
Yeah, or Landon's going to tell you to shove it up your butt.
Yeah, what we're doing is, so I'd like to thank everyone in our live chat. If you have a YouTube account, we have your addresses and they have been sent to Landon already. He will be coming by, and we have a number of objects that he will be
using
rectally applying if you don't vote. So please do go out and vote, if not for the country's sake, then for your own physical comfort. And thank you all for watching. Those of you in our live chat, thank you very much for participating, and thank you also for those of you who've been sending me news updates too. I got distracted a little bit, but we do have a channel for that, and people have been sending it, and that makes things a lot easier as well. We do have a Patreon Hangout too. We're going to be adding new Patreon Hangouts. Those aren't on the calendar yet, so I forgot to mention it, but I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon. We exist solely on our viewer support, so please consider doing that. The link is in the description. It's at the right under the first paragraph in the description. So hope you'll consider becoming a patron and joining us. Thank you to Mikey Famine and to Landon Noll. Mikey, you're going to see again. He does Stitch in Time, and undecided as to whether he's going to be available this coming week, but he is. You'll find him here Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Landon, you will be seeing again tomorrow on this channel, and we will be getting a report of just how many people he has. Oh.
By the way, that's what I endorsed No on B in Sunnyvale. Unfortunately, B seems to be winning by about 62% of the vote, but only there's been something like 37% of the votes counted, but it's relatively, it's unlikely that B will be defeated, and so you win some, you lose some, and I guess I might have lost on the No on B.
Landon's campaign to get us permanently suspended from YouTube remains unabated, and we are now,
I'm not influencing anyone.
Thanks to Landon, who said that we should be simulcasting. That's going to go out to Facebook, and because it's a political advertisement, oh God, Landon, what are we going to do with you? I don't.
It was the polls were already closed.
So yeah, thank you all for joining us.
If you dribble the ball out of bounds. It doesn't matter if you dribble the ball out of bounds when the game is over, Nick. You can dribble out. You can dribble wherever you want now. Dribble away. Bull had a 10-second story.
Well,
I think.
I'm sorry, what?
10 second. Bull had a 10-second story, and then we can go to bed.
Oh, yes, he did. Did we? Yeah. Oh no, he.
Andrew Yang, by the way, is getting 2% of the vote in my county.
Okay.
Just FYI.
If Bull's got one more, let's.
No, he did
okay.
it. I was just getting delays on stupid Discord. Right. The fucking perfect.
Andrew
fucking
Yang is
service.
being Tulsi Gabbard in my county.
Yeah.
So yeah, so perfect. And in fact, actually, if you want the link to Discord is in the live chat. It's been dropped a couple times, and you can continue the conversation there. Anyone who's interested. My name is Nicholas Lamar Soutter. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.